Hello and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. Tonight we're going back to the city of Rome, to the old Basilica of St. Peter's, standing on ground that had already been sacred for 4.5 centuries by the time our story reaches it, on Christmas morning in the year 800, to a moment that a king who'd spent the better part of 3 decades on horseback, burning, besieging, negotiating, and praying his way across the whole of Western Europe, would later claim, at least according to the one man who knew him best and wrote his life down afterward, had caught him almost entirely by surprise. The king was kneeling at the high altar deep in prayer, dressed for the occasion, not in the plain, Frankish wool and linen he wore on every ordinary day of his life, but in the long, flowing, distinctly Roman-style garments the Pope himself had specifically requested he wear for this particular Christmas Mass, a request that ought, in hindsight, to have told him something about what was coming. And as he knelt there, the Bishop of Rome, a man named Leo, the third of that name, a pope who owed this same kneeling king his own office, his own eyesight, quite possibly his own tongue, and very nearly his own life, stepped forward, lifted a golden crown from the altar, and lowered it onto the king's bowed head, while the assembled crowd of Roman clergy and nobility, coached, we may reasonably assume well in advance of the moment, rose as one and acclaimed him 3 times over as Charles Augustus, crowned by God, great and peace-bringing Emperor of the Romans, a title no man in Western Europe had legitimately claimed in over 3 centuries, since the last child emperor of a crumbling Western Roman world had been quietly pensioned off by a Germanic general in the 5th century, and the whole idea of a Roman emperor in the West had simply ceased, for the better part of 10 generations, to exist as anything other than a memory. The king's own biographer, a court scholar named Einhard, who wrote his life down not long after his death, and who knew him about as well as any man alive, tells us that Charlemagne himself later said he would never have entered the church that particular morning, festival though it was, had he known in advance what Pope Leo intended to do. A claim modern historians have spent the better part of 2 centuries picking apart, weighing, and, on the whole, doubting. And we will spend real time tonight doing the same, because whether that surprise was genuine or carefully staged for an audience watching very closely to see exactly whose hands had placed the crown on whose head, it tells us something essential about the man this whole night belongs to. Let us say the thesis plainly, the way we like to on this channel, so you know the shape of the long night ahead of you. This is not, at bottom, a story about a man who set out from the very beginning to become an emperor or a saint or the founding ancestor 2 entire modern nations would later spend centuries quarrelling over which of them actually owned him. It is a story about a Frankish king who inherited, at not yet 30 years old, only half of his own father's kingdom, who spent the better part of the next 46 years of his life almost never at peace, fighting some 54 separate military campaigns against Lombards, Saxons, Avars, Bavarians, Bretons and the Muslim rulers of Spain, who imposed along the way a program of forced religious conversion on one conquered people so brutal that a single afternoon of it still generates genuine historical argument 12 centuries later, and who simultaneously, and this is the part later legend loves considerably more than it loves the massacres, gathered around himself the finest scholars of his age, revived a program of classical learning so consequential that a significant fraction of the ancient Roman and Greek literature that survives at all survives only because his own scribes copied it down, and ended his life not simply as the strongest king in Western Europe, which he unquestionably was, but as something the Western world had not possessed in 300 years and would spend the following millennium arguing about the meaning of a Roman emperor, crowned in Rome itself, ruling a territory that stretched at its widest reach from the river Ebro in Spain to the river Elbe in what is now Germany, from the North Sea to central Italy. An empire built, quite literally, one campaign, one marriage, one massacre, and one carefully staged coronation at a time, by a man whose own most famous biographer could not, by his own admission, tell you with any real confidence the year of his own subject's birth. Before we drift into the rest of this long story together, take a quiet moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, because that is the only reason I would ever want you to. Please subscribe to this channel and help us in reaching 1,000 subscribers, a number that still feels a long way off some nights and considerably closer on others. And every single one of you who joins us actually does help this small channel keep going. If you would like to hear these stories a little earlier than everyone else, this channel's episodes now go up first on Spotify for creators before they arrive anywhere else. And you will find the link waiting for you down in the description if you would like to follow along there instead. And if you feel like it, leave your location and your local time down in the comments below. It helps other restless, sleepless people find their way to this little corner of the night, and there is something pleasant about knowing that somewhere far away, under a different sky entirely, a stranger is settling into their own bed tonight, listening to the same slow story. So get comfortable now, let your shoulders sink into the bed, let your eyes soften, even if they stay open a while longer yet. Turn the light down if you can, and let yourself ease into the complete story of the Frankish king history would come to call Carolus Magnus, Charles the Great, or, in the French mishearing that would eventually settle into English and outlive every more accurate version of his own name, Charlemagne. It is worth naming, before we go any further, exactly how much uncertainty sits underneath a name most people alive today would recognise instantly. We do not in fact know for certain the year Charlemagne was born, with modern historians divided between an older tradition placing his birth in the year 742 and a more recent and increasingly favoured reading of the surviving evidence placing it closer to 747 or 748, a gap of 5 or 6 years that would be a strange thing to still be arguing about regarding a man this famous, were it not for the fact that nobody in the 8th century thought a future emperor's birthday was worth writing down carefully at the time it actually happened, since nobody, least of all his own parents, had any particular reason yet to suspect it would matter. We do not know, with any real confidence, exactly where he was born either, with candidates including the palace at Aachen that would later become synonymous with his name, the nearby town of Herstal where his own great-grandfather had built the family's original power base, and several other Frankish royal estates scattered across what is now Belgium and Western Germany, and it is worth sitting for just a moment with how strange that particular gap in the record is, because it means that the single most famous ruler of the early medieval West, a man whose face would eventually be stamped onto coins, carved into cathedral doors, and invoked by 2 rival modern nations as their own founding ancestor, entered the world in a place and on a date that history simply never bothered to record with any precision, a genuinely humble and genuinely uncertain beginning for a life that would end with him crowned by the Bishop of Rome himself as the restorer of an empire that had not existed in the West for 300 years. A father who made himself king by asking the right question. To understand how a boy born into this much uncertainty ended up wearing a crown no Western ruler had worn in 3 centuries, we cannot begin with Charlemagne himself, and we certainly cannot begin with Rome. We have to begin, as these long stories so often insist on beginning, with his own family's rather audacious rise to power in the 2 generations before he was born, because the throne Charlemagne would eventually inherit was not an ancient one at all, but a remarkably new one, seized by his own grandfather's generation from a royal dynasty that had, by the early 8th century, become almost a joke among the very nobles who were supposed to serve it. The kings of the Franks in this period belonged to a family called the Merovingians, descendants, by tradition, of a 5th century warlord named Clovis, who'd first united the Frankish tribes and converted them to Christianity. But by the early 700s, the Merovingian kings had degenerated through generations of internal feuding, early deaths, and a genuinely unfortunate habit of dividing the kingdom among multiple heirs every single generation into what later Frankish writers, with the blunt cruelty of men writing about a dynasty they themselves had just helped depose, took to calling the Husfeniants, the do-nothing kings, monarchs who held the title and the sacred bloodline but exercised, in practice, almost no real power at all, real authority having drained instead into the hands of the kingdom's most senior court official, a position called the mayor of the palace, which had, across several generations, become itself a hereditary office controlled by a single, increasingly dominant family, Charlemagne's own. It is worth naming the specific ancestor whose reputation did more than any other single man's to make this family's eventual seizure of the crown thinkable. Charlemagne's own grandfather, a mayor of the palace named Charles, a name history would remember with an additional word attached to it, martel, meaning the hammer, a nickname earned, according to the near-universal later tradition, on a single October day in the year 732, or by some reckonings the year 733, near the city of Tours in central Gaul, when Charles Martel's Frankish infantry formed into a dense defensive square that modern historians still debate the precise tactics of, held its ground for an entire day against the cavalry of an Umayyad raiding army that had pushed north out of Muslim Spain deeper into Frankish territory than any Islamic force would ever again manage to reach, a battle whose immediate strategic significance later historians have sometimes exaggerated, since the Umayyad force was very likely a large raiding expedition, rather than a full invasion aimed at permanent conquest of Gaul, but whose symbolic weight, both to contemporaries and to every generation of Frankish and later French and German writers who came after, was almost impossible to overstate, the moment a Christian Frankish army had for the first time stopped an Islamic army's northward momentum in Western Europe cold. Charles Martel used the enormous personal prestige this victory brought him, together with a considerably less glamorous, but ultimately more consequential policy of seizing church lands and redistributing them to loyal warriors in exchange for military service, a practice that scandalized more than a few bishops of the time, but that built over a single generation the single most reliable and most personally loyal armed following any Frankish leader had assembled in a century to rule the Frankish kingdom in all but name for the rest of his life, never once bothering in his final years to even appoint a new Merovingian king when the old one died, simply governing the kingdom directly under his own authority as mayor of the palace, a vacancy at the very top of the Frankish state that nobody with any real power seemed especially eager to fill. It is worth naming, too, exactly what kind of society this rising family actually governed, because the Frankish kingdom of the early 8th century was nothing like a modern centralised state, and understanding its own particular shape tells us a great deal about the tools Charlemagne would later have available to him, and the limits even he could never fully escape. Frankish law in this period rested heavily on an old written code called the Salic Law, first compiled under Clovis himself 2 centuries earlier and periodically revised since, a body of law that regulated everything from the value of stolen livestock to the specific monetary compensation owed for a severed finger, organised not around any abstract notion of universal justice but around the very concrete, very practical business of preventing one aggrieved Frankish family from simply killing another in an endless private blood feud, by fixing a precise price, paid in silver, for nearly every injury a Frankish freeman might inflict on his neighbour, a system of fixed compensation known as vergild, literally man price, that valued a free Frankish man's own life at 200 gold solidi if he was killed outright, a sum that rose considerably higher for a man in royal service and fell considerably lower for an unfree labourer, a woman, or a member of a conquered people. A sliding scale of monetary worth attached to human life itself that this story's own later, considerably more uncomfortable discussion of Frankish and Saxon slavery should be understood against, since Frankish law had never, at any point in its own history, treated every human life inside the kingdom as equally valuable to begin with. Frankish society itself was built from top to bottom around personal, face-to-face bonds of loyalty rather than any impersonal bureaucratic machinery. A king or a great lord bound his own followers to him, not through salaries or written contracts in any modern sense, but through the regular, ritualized giving of land, weapons and hospitality, an arrangement historians call the practice of the comitatus, inherited from centuries-older Germanic warband tradition, in which a young warrior owed his lord absolute loyalty in battle, precisely because that same lord had armed him, fed him, and would, if all went well, eventually grant him land of his own to settle and raise a family on. The exact same logic of loyalty purchased through land and plunder that this story has already shown you Charles Martel using to build his own family's power in the first place, and that Charlemagne himself would spend the whole of his own adult life relying on, war after war, to hold together an empire that no Frankish king before him had ever attempted to govern at anything like this scale. It is worth naming, too, the actual physical landscape. This whole story is going to move across, because Francia in the 8th century bore very little resemblance to the tidy, single-nation borders a modern map would draw around France, Germany and the Low Countries today. The Frankish heartland stretched across a broad and largely forested plain running from the River Loire in the southwest to the River Rhine in the east, a landscape of scattered villages, isolated monasteries, and royal estates connected by roads that had, in a great many stretches, originally been laid down by Roman engineers 3 and 4 centuries earlier and never meaningfully improved since, so that a royal court travelling between residences moved, in effect, along the crumbling skeleton of a much older empire that this same Frankish kingdom would eventually claim to be reviving. Winters in this landscape were long, wet, and by modern standards genuinely difficult to survive through in comfort. Harvests were precarious enough that a single bad summer could tip an ordinary peasant household from adequate subsistence into real hunger within a single season, and it is against this backdrop of real physical hardship, worth keeping in mind for the rest of tonight's story, that we should picture nearly everything Charlemagne's own capitularies and Eanhard's own biography describe. A court of genuine learning and genuine luxury, floating, in a sense, on top of an agrarian world that remained, for the overwhelming majority of the people living inside it, exactly as hard and exactly as uncertain as it had been for their own grandparents' generation, whatever crown happened to be ruling over them at any given moment. It is worth naming, too, one further piece of Merovingian background that helps explain why the Carolingian family's own eventual seizure of the throne met so little organised resistance when it finally came. The Merovingian dynasty's own decline had not happened overnight, but had been underway for the better part of a century before Pepin the Short finally formalised it, a slow erosion driven in large part by the Frankish custom, already mentioned tonight, and about to matter again and again across this entire story, of dividing a kingdom among all of a dead king's surviving sons, rather than passing it whole to a single heir, a practice that had repeatedly splintered Merovingian territory into competing sub-kingdoms, commonly remembered by later historians under the regional names Austrasia in the east and Neustria in the west, whose own rival royal courts, rival nobilities, and rival mayors of the palace had spent generations fighting one another for supremacy long before Charles Martel's own branch of that competition finally emerged as the clear winner, meaning that by the time Pepin asked his own carefully loaded question of Pope Zachary, the actual living memory of Merovingian kings meaningfully ruling their own kingdom rather than simply occupying a ceremonial throne stretched back, for most Franks alive in 751, well before their own grandparents had been born, it is worth pausing at some length on the specific and genuinely audacious step Charles Martel's own son, Charlemagne's father, a man named Pepin, generally remembered to history by the rather unflattering nickname Pepin the Short, took to finally resolve that awkward arrangement once and for all. By the year 751, Pepin had inherited his father's position as mayor of the palace, and, with it, effective control over the entire Frankish Kingdom, while a Merovingian king named Childeric III sat on the actual throne holding a title that had, by this point, become almost entirely ceremonial, and rather than simply continue his own father's practice of ruling through a puppet, Pepin made the calculated decision to ask a question whose answer he had every reason to believe he already knew, sending an embassy to Pope Zachary in Rome to inquire, in terms carefully chosen to produce exactly one reasonable response, whether it was right that a man who held no actual royal power should continue to bear the title of king, while the man who actually exercised all the real authority of governing the kingdom held none of the honour. Pope Zachary, whose own increasingly precarious position in Italy gave him every reason to want the goodwill of the single most powerful military figure north of the Alps, answered exactly as Pepin had hoped, ruling that it was better that he who actually held the power should also bear the title of king, rather than that the two should remain divided. And Pepin, armed with this papal blessing, had Childeric III deposed, tonsured in the manner of a monk to symbolically remove him from public life forever, and confined to a monastery for the remainder of his days, a punishment that carried a specific symbolic weight for a Merovingian king considerably heavier than it would have carried for almost anyone else in the kingdom, because the Merovingian dynasty had, for its entire 2.5-century history, cultivated a distinct and genuinely sacred association between royal legitimacy and long uncut hair, a tradition that gave later historians the label the long-haired kings, reges criniti, to describe the whole dynasty, meaning that cutting Childeric's own hair into a monk's tonsure was not merely a practical way of marking him as a religious rather than a political figure, but a direct, physical and deliberately humiliating severing of the one visible bodily symbol his own kingship had rested on since before living memory. A detail worth carrying forward, since this story will show you the very same specific punishment, haircut, life spared, political future permanently foreclosed, applied again and again to nearly every defeated rival Charlemagne's own family ever captured rather than killed outright. While Pepin himself was elected king by an assembly of Frankish nobles at Soissons in 751, and then, in a ceremony whose religious weight mattered enormously to how the new dynasty would present itself, anointed with holy oil, a specifically biblical ritual borrowed from the anointing of the ancient kings of Israel that no Frankish king had ever received before. A ritual that transformed what might otherwise have looked like a straightforward palace coup into something considerably closer, in the eyes of contemporaries, to a divinely sanctioned restoration of proper order. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely consequential alliance this whole manoeuvre sealed between Pepin's brand new royal dynasty and the papacy in Rome, an alliance that would shape the entire remainder of this story. Pope Stephen II, Zachary's own successor, found himself only a few years later in genuinely desperate circumstances, his own city of Rome and the surrounding Byzantine-controlled territories of central Italy under direct military threat from the Lombards, a Germanic people who had ruled most of the Italian peninsula for 2 centuries, and whose current king, a man named Aistulf, was pressing hard on Rome's own borders with an ambition that alarmed the Pope considerably more than the distant and increasingly unreliable protection of the Byzantine Emperor in Constantinople ever could. And Stephen, in a genuinely remarkable act for a pope of this period, personally crossed the Alps in the depths of winter in 753 to appeal directly to Pepin for military rescue, a journey that ended with the Pope himself, in a second and even more formal ceremony at the Abbey of Saint-Denis outside Paris, re-anointing Pepin as king, and in the same ceremony anointing Pepin's own 2 young sons as well, a boy who would grow up to be remembered as Charlemagne and his older brother, a boy whose own name we have already been using tonight, Charles, still a child of perhaps 5 or 6 years old by the older dating of his birth, or perhaps still not yet born at all by the more recent dating, kneeling, or perhaps not yet existing at, all at the exact ceremony that first bound his own future so tightly to the Bishop of Rome, decades before either man could possibly have imagined the far grander and far more consequential Christmas morning still waiting for them both, half a century later, inside St. Peter's own basilica. Pepin repaid Stephen's desperate journey in full. He led 2 separate military campaigns into Italy, in 754 and again in 756, defeated Aistulf's Lombard army on both occasions, and, rather than simply hand the conquered Lombard territory back to its nominal Byzantine overlords in Constantinople, granted a substantial swathe of central Italian land directly to the Pope himself, an act of donation that modern historians generally call the donation of Pepin, and that laid the actual legal and territorial foundation for what would become, and would remain, for over 1,000 years afterward, the Papal States, a sovereign temporal territory ruled directly by the Bishop of Rome, rather than by any secular king or emperor. It is worth naming alongside this genuine and well-documented donation a considerably more dubious document that appears to have been forged in Rome at almost exactly this same period, a text known as the Donation of Constantine, which purported to record a 4th century grant by the Emperor Constantine himself, handing the Pope authority over Rome and the whole of the Western Roman Empire, a document modern scholarship has established beyond any reasonable doubt to be a later forgery, almost certainly manufactured within the papal chancery itself sometime in the mid to late 8th century, very possibly to bolster exactly the kind of independent papal territorial authority that Pepin's own very real donation had just begun to make a practical reality, a reminder worth carrying with us for the rest of this whole story, that the 8th century papacy was fully capable of manufacturing its own legal legitimacy on paper at the exact same moment it was receiving genuine legitimacy on the ground from the swords of Frankish kings. 2 brothers, 1 crown, and a death nobody had quite expected. Pepin the Short died in September of 768, and in keeping with the long-standing and, this story will show you again and again, genuinely disastrous Frankish custom of dividing a kingdom among all of a king's surviving sons rather than passing it whole to a single heir, his own 2 sons, Charlemagne and his younger brother Carloman, inherited the Frankish realm jointly, each receiving a separate and, in a detail that would breed real tension almost immediately, a somewhat oddly interlocking territory, Charlemagne taking the outer, more exposed frontier regions along the coasts and toward Aquitaine and the Rhine, Carloman taking the more central, more thoroughly Romanized and more comfortably defended heartland in between, an arrangement that left the 2 brothers, from the very first year of their joint reign, geographically entangled with one another in a way that made genuine cooperation almost structurally difficult, and that several contemporary sources suggest produced real personal friction between them almost immediately, the two young kings reportedly cooperating only reluctantly, and on at least one occasion, when a rebellion broke out in Aquitaine within Charlemagne's own portion of the kingdom. Carloman withdrew the joint force he had promised to contribute, and left his older brother to suppress the revolt alone, a decision Charlemagne, by every later account, never entirely forgave. It is worth pausing too on the specific marriage their formidable mother, a woman named Bertrada, arranged in an attempt to hold this fracturing family situation together through exactly the kind of diplomatic match this whole story will show you being used again and again. Bertrada travelled personally to Italy in 770 to broker an alliance marriage between Charlemagne and a daughter of the Lombard king Desiderius, a princess later legend would remember by the name Desiderata, though the sources are genuinely uncertain about her actual given name. A marriage intended to bind the Franks and the Lombards together in friendship, at a moment when both Bertrada and the Pope in Rome had good reason to worry about exactly the kind of renewed Lombard aggression toward papal territory that had driven Pepin into Italy in the first place. The marriage lasted barely a year, for reasons the surviving sources describe only vaguely, whether personal dislike, the Lombard princess's own apparent inability to bear a child quickly enough, or, as several modern historians suspect with real justification, a hard calculation on Charlemagne's own part that an alliance with the Lombards had simply stopped serving his own interests once his relationship with the Pope, who deeply distrusted the Lombards regardless of any marriage, mattered considerably more to him than his mother's diplomacy. Charlemagne repudiated his Lombard wife in 771 and sent her back to her own father's court in disgrace, a genuinely humiliating diplomatic insult that Desiderius understandably never forgot, and that set the two kingdoms on a collision course that would, within just 3 years, end Lombard independence altogether. It is worth naming too that Bertrada herself did not simply vanish from this story once her own carefully arranged marriage collapsed, because she remained a genuinely active and evidently respected figure at her son's own court for more than a decade afterward, appearing in the surviving record as a participant in royal councils and as an intercessor whose own word Charlemagne apparently still valued even after ignoring her specific marital diplomacy, right up until her own death in 783. The very same year, Charlemagne's own wife Hildegard also died, meaning Charlemagne lost his mother and his wife within a matter of months of each other, in the same difficult stretch of years that had already seen him deep in the grinding middle years of the Saxon War, a compressed span of personal loss. This story's own steady march through battles and capitularies rarely pauses long enough to register on its own terms. Carloman died suddenly in December of 771, apparently of natural causes, though the sources are frustratingly thin on the specific details, leaving Charlemagne at a stroke the sole king of the entire Frankish realm, both his own original portion and the whole of his brothers, an outcome that suited Charlemagne enormously, and that his brother's own widow, a woman named Gerberga, plainly did not trust to have been quite as accidental as it was publicly presented, because Gerberga, rather than remain in Francia and test her own young son's claim to at least a share of their father's former territory against their powerful uncle, gathered her children and fled directly to the one court in Europe that had every reason to shelter a rival claimant to Charlemagne's throne, the court of King Desiderius of the Lombards, the very same king whose own daughter Charlemagne had just publicly humiliated, a decision that placed Gerberga and her son squarely at the centre of the coming war, and whose ultimate fate, once that war had run its course, the surviving sources simply never bother to tell us. One of the genuinely haunting silences this whole story leaves behind two young boys with a legitimate claim to a share of the greatest kingdom in Western Europe, who simply vanish from the historical record the moment their protector's own kingdom collapses around them. The Lombard crown, taken across the mountains in a single winter. It is worth pausing before we follow Charlemagne into Italy on exactly how much of a live and ongoing threat the Lombard Kingdom actually posed to papal territory by the mid-770s, because Pope Adrian I, who succeeded to the papacy in 772, found himself almost immediately facing renewed Lombard pressure on the very same papal lands Pepin had granted a generation earlier, and Adrian, following exactly the precedent his own predecessor Stephen had set, appealed directly to Charlemagne for rescue, an appeal that arrived at precisely the moment Charlemagne's own personal grievance against Desiderius, sharpened by the humiliating divorce and by Desiderius's own decision to shelter Carloman's widow and sons, gave him every possible reason to answer with real enthusiasm rather than mere obligation. Charlemagne led a Frankish army across the Alps in the autumn of 773, in a campaign whose opening manoeuvres, several contemporary accounts suggest, briefly stalled at the mountain passes until a local guide, in a detail later medieval legend would embellish considerably, showed the Frankish army an unguarded route around the Lombard defences, allowing Charlemagne's forces to descend unexpectedly onto the Italian plain and drive Desiderius's own army back into his fortified capital at Pavia, which Charlemagne then settled in to besiege through the entire following winter and well into the following year, a siege patient and thorough enough that Charlemagne reportedly summoned his own wife and court to join him at the siege camp itself, along with, in a detail worth sitting with for a moment, sufficient confidence in his own eventual victory that he took the opportunity, during the long months of that same siege, to travel personally to Rome to celebrate Easter with Pope Adrian, the first time a Frankish king had ever set foot inside the city in living memory, a visit whose warmth and whose careful staging by Adrian's own court did a great deal to deepen the personal bond between the young Frankish king and the papacy that Pepin had first forged a generation earlier. It is worth pausing for a moment on what that particular Easter visit to Rome must actually have felt like for a Frankish king who had grown up amid the wooden halls and modest stone chapels of his own kingdom's royal estates, because the Rome Charlemagne rode into in 774, however diminished from its own ancient imperial population, still stood full of ruins, monuments and functioning churches on a scale nothing in Francia could remotely rival, the Colosseum and the ancient Forum standing, weathered but very much still standing, alongside the great basilicas built by the Emperor Constantine himself over the tombs of St. Peter and St. Paul, and Pope Adrian, according to the Liber Pontificalis, the papacy's own official register of its bishops' deeds, received Charlemagne with a degree of ceremony normally reserved for a reigning emperor, meeting him at a respectful distance outside the city with crosses and banners and the assembled clergy of Rome, an honour that several modern historians read as Adrian's own calculated first step toward exactly the kind of imperial framing that would, a full quarter-century later, culminate in that same Christmas morning coronation this whole night's story opened with, planting, whether consciously or not, the earliest seed of an idea that would take 26 more years to fully bloom. The siege of Pavia itself dragged on, by most reckonings, for something close to 9 full months, a genuinely long and genuinely difficult undertaking for an 8th century army that had to keep itself fed, healthy and disciplined through an entire winter, camped outside a single fortified city. And it is worth naming that the persistent later medieval legend crediting a mysterious local guide, sometimes given the name Otkar or Otkar in later chronicle traditions, with showing Charlemagne's army a hidden mountain path around the main Lombard defences at the Alpine passes, appears in sources considerably later than the events themselves, and should be treated with exactly the same careful scepticism this channel applies to any conveniently dramatic story that surfaces only in hindsight, since the contemporary Royal Frankish annals describe the crossing in considerably plainer and considerably less legendary terms. One further reminder that the more colourful a detail in this whole story sounds, the more likely it is to have grown in the telling somewhere between the actual event and the page it eventually reached us on. Pavia finally surrendered in June of 774. Desiderius himself was captured, tonsured, and sent to live out his remaining years in a monastery, precisely the fate his own father-in-law's rival had suffered a generation earlier at Frankish hands. And Charlemagne, rather than simply install a puppet ruler over the conquered Lombard Kingdom, or hand it over entirely to papal control, as some of Adrian's own hopeful correspondents had suggested he might, instead had himself crowned King of the Lombards in his own right, taking the ancient and, by later legend, sacred iron crown of Lombardy, a narrow band later tradition held to contain a nail forged from one of the actual nails of the true cross, and adding an entire second, separate royal title to his own, so that Charlemagne now ruled, simultaneously and in his own single person, both the kingdom of the Franks and the kingdom of the Lombards, a combination of crowns that no ruler in Western Europe had held together in centuries, and that gave him, at not yet 30 years old by even the earlier dating of his birth, direct and unmediated authority over the greater part of both Gaul and Italy at once. A pillar cut down, and a war that would not end for 30 years. It is worth pausing at real length on the single, longest, bloodiest, and most morally fraught campaign of Charlemagne's entire reign. A war against the Saxons of northern Germany that began in 772, the very same year Pope Adrian first appealed for help against the Lombards, and that would not finally, exhaustedly end until the year 804, 32 years and 18 separate campaigns later, a conflict so central to how Charlemagne's contemporaries and his own court historians understood the whole of his reign that the royal Frankish annals, the year-by-year chronicle kept at his own court, mention Saxon campaigns in more individual years than any other single subject in the entire document. The Saxons themselves were not, in the 770s, any kind of unified kingdom at all, but a loose and genuinely decentralized confederation of independent tribal groups spread across the forests and river valleys of what is now northern Germany, governed by local nobles and free farmer assemblies rather than any single king. Worshipping the old Germanic gods their own Frankish neighbours to the south and west had already abandoned for Christianity generations earlier, and possessing, in the eyes of Charlemagne's own court, exactly the kind of stubborn, pagan, and periodically raiding independence along the Frankish Kingdom's own northeastern frontier, that a Frankish king with Charlemagne's ambitions could not indefinitely tolerate sitting unresolved on his own border. Charlemagne opened the war in that first campaign of 772, with an act calculated for maximum symbolic impact rather than any immediate military necessity, marching to the Saxon stronghold of Eresburg and there destroying a sacred wooden pillar the Saxons called the Irminsul, an object contemporary Frankish sources describe only vaguely, but that appears to have functioned as something between a religious shrine and a physical symbol of Saxon tribal identity itself. A demolition Charlemagne's own court chroniclers record with evident satisfaction, and that the Saxons themselves, we may reasonably infer from everything that followed over the next 3 decades, experienced rather differently as a deliberate assault on the sacred centre of their own entire way of life. It is worth naming, too, exactly what little we can actually say with confidence about the religious world that Pillar belonged to, because, in a pattern this channel has already encountered once tonight in an entirely different part of Europe. Almost nothing about pre-Christian Saxon belief survives in the Saxons' own words, the overwhelming majority of what modern scholars can piece together coming from hostile Frankish and Christian sources, describing a religion they were actively trying to stamp out rather than preserve. What those sources do suggest is that the Saxons, like their own Scandinavian neighbours to the north, whose religion this channel has already described at length in another story, worshipped a pantheon of gods connected to war, fertility, and the natural world, revered sacred groves and standing pillars like the Irminsul as physical points of contact between the human and divine realms, rather than building enclosed temples in the Roman or Christian style, and organised their own religious life around free assemblies and local nobles, rather than any centralised priesthood a conquering army could simply capture or convert in a single stroke. A genuinely decentralised spiritual landscape that mirrors, in miniature, the exact same decentralised political landscape. This story has already shown you making the Saxons so difficult to conquer through conventional warfare, since destroying a single sacred pillar at Eresburg, however satisfying a symbolic victory it made for the royal Frankish annals to record, did nothing at all to touch the dozens of other sacred groves and local shrines scattered across a landscape no single Frankish campaign could ever hope to fully map, let alone fully destroy. It is worth naming too the specific Saxon leader who emerges, across these same years, as the single most persistent and most genuinely capable opponent Charlemagne would face in his entire military career, a nobleman named Widukind, whose own base of operations lay in the northernmost Saxon territories beyond the immediate reach of Frankish garrisons, and who spent the better part of a decade doing exactly what a leader, without a unified kingdom or a standing army, can do against a vastly more organised enemy, vanishing into more distant Saxon territory, or across the border into Denmark whenever Frankish armies advanced, only to reappear and rally fresh resistance the moment those same armies withdrew for the winter, a pattern of retreat and resurgence that frustrated Charlemagne for years, and that turned what he had likely first imagined as a short, punitive campaign into a genuinely open-ended war of attrition against an enemy that refused to simply stay defeated. It is worth naming too exactly what made this particular enemy so difficult to finish off, because Saxony itself, unlike the Lombard Kingdom Charlemagne had just conquered in a single decisive winter siege, possessed no royal capital to capture, no single king to depose and tonsure, and no central treasury to seize, since the Saxon peoples were divided in this period into three loosely affiliated regional groupings: the Westphalians nearest the Frankish border, the Eastphalians further into the interior, and the Angrians settled between them along the river Weser, each governed by its own local nobles and free assemblies, meaning that a Frankish victory over one Saxon army in one particular region left the other two entirely untouched and entirely free to keep fighting, a decentralised structure of resistance that this story has already shown you once tonight in an entirely different corner of Europe, tends to make a people considerably harder to conquer permanently than a single unified kingdom ever is, however much easier it may make them to defeat in any individual battle. Charlemagne returned to Saxony again and again across the 770s, campaigning in 775, 776 and 777, forcing repeated submissions and repeated mass baptisms at each stage, and convening, in 777, a great assembly of Saxon nobles at the Frankish royal estate of Paderborn, specifically intended to formalise what Charlemagne's own court hoped was a lasting peace, an assembly Widukind himself pointedly refused to attend, choosing exile in Denmark instead over any submission to a Frankish king who had just spent 5 years trying and failing to run him to ground. It is worth naming too one particular and genuinely telling coincidence of timing, because the very Spanish campaign that ended in the Roncesvalles disaster, This story, as already described in full, took place in 778, only a single year after that Paderborn assembly, and Widukind, watching from across the Danish border for exactly this kind of opportunity, used Charlemagne's own absence in Spain to launch the single largest Saxon uprising of the entire war, sweeping west almost to the Rhine itself, burning churches, and briefly threatening to undo the whole of the previous 6 years' worth of Frankish conquest before Charlemagne, hurrying back north with his own army still recovering from its own losses in the Pyrenees, could restore control, a genuinely sobering reminder of how thin the margin for error actually was even at the height of Carolingian military power, since a single badly timed rebellion on one frontier, launched at the exact moment a Frankish army stood exposed on another frontier entirely, came within a hair of turning two separate wars into a single simultaneous catastrophe. It is worth pausing, and pausing with real discomfort, on the single most notorious episode of this entire 32-year war, an event the royal Frankish annals record with a bluntness that later centuries have found genuinely difficult to read past. In the year 782, following a Saxon uprising that had inflicted a serious defeat on a Frankish force at a place called the Suntel Hills, Charlemagne, arriving with the main Frankish army too late to prevent that earlier defeat, but in ample time to punish those he held responsible for it, ordered the execution of 4,500 Saxon prisoners in a single day at a place called Verden on the River Aller, a number the royal Frankish annals themselves report without apparent hesitation, and that later medieval and modern historians alike have never been able to fully verify against any independent source, some modern scholars accepting the figure broadly as recorded, others regarding a number this large as implausible for a single day's execution, given the practical logistics involved and suspecting either scribble exaggeration or a conflation of executions carried out over a somewhat longer period, but nobody, on any side of that specific numerical argument, disputes that a mass execution of Saxon captives did in fact take place at Verden that year, on Charlemagne's own direct order, as a deliberate act of collective punishment against a population that had risen against him. It is worth sitting with that fact for a moment before we move on, because it sits uncomfortably and permanently at the very centre of any honest accounting of this man's life, alongside everything this story will have to say later about the libraries he built and the scholars he gathered around his own table. It is worth naming, too, exactly why modern historians find the specific number at Verden so difficult to simply accept or dismiss outright, because the argument turns on considerably more than mere squeamishness about large death toll. Skeptical historians point out that executing 4,500 bound prisoners in a single day, by whatever method the Franks actually used, would have posed a genuinely serious logistical challenge even for a professional army, requiring either an enormous number of executioners working in continuous relays or some more efficient method of mass killing the sources never bother to describe. And note that the royal Frankish annals, written at Charlemagne's own court and eager, throughout, to present Charlemagne's Saxon campaigns in the most favourably decisive light possible, had every institutional incentive to round a genuinely large number upward into a suitably crushing rebellion-ending figure. Historians incline to accept the figure more or less as a recorded counter that the Franks had, by 782, spent a full decade refining exactly the kind of large-scale, organised violence a mass execution would require, and that the annals' own matter-of-fact tone, recording the killing without any of the triumphant embellishment a pure propaganda invention might be expected to carry, argues, if anything, for its basic accuracy rather than against it. Neither side of that argument, it is worth repeating, disputes that Verden happened, or that it represented a deliberate, considered act of mass killing ordered directly by Charlemagne himself, rather than any battlefield accident, and this channel, faced with a genuine and unresolved scholarly disagreement of exactly this kind, will do here what it always tries to do in a moment like this one: name the argument honestly on both sides and decline to pretend a false certainty. Neither side of the actual historical debate can currently claim for itself. It is worth naming too the specific legal document Charlemagne issued in the immediate aftermath of Verdun, a capitulary, meaning a royal decree organised into numbered chapters, known to modern historians as the Capitulatio de Partibus Saxoniae, a text whose surviving provisions read less like ordinary law and more like a systematic programme for extinguishing an entire people's independent religious identity by force, prescribing the death penalty for any Saxon who refused baptism, for any Saxon who continued to cremate the dead according to the old pagan custom rather than bury them in the Christian manner, for any Saxon who ate meat during the Christian season of Lent, as what the document explicitly frames as a deliberate act of contempt toward Christianity, and for any Saxon who killed a bishop, priest or deacon, penalties considerably harsher in several of these specific provisions than anything Frankish law imposed on Franks themselves for comparable offences, a genuinely brutal legal framework that several of Charlemagne's own contemporary churchmen, including, in one particularly striking surviving letter, his own court scholar Alcuin, whom this story will spend considerably more time with shortly, privately criticised as counterproductive and unchristian in spirit, arguing that faith imposed at the point of a sword could never produce the genuine inner conversion Christianity was supposed to be about. A criticism voiced from inside Charlemagne's own innermost circle that the king himself, whatever private weight he gave it, did not act on for several more years of continued warfare. It is worth pausing too on how this same long, brutal war eventually, and almost anticlimactically, ended, because after Verdun the fighting did not stop, but it did gradually shift over the following years, from open-pitched battles toward a grinding pattern of Frankish campaigns, forced settlements, and increasingly severe deportations of Saxon populations into other parts of the Frankish realm. A policy of forced population transfer that several modern historians have not hesitated to describe using considerably more modern and considerably more uncomfortable vocabulary, and that continued in one form or another for another 2 decades. Widukind himself, the single most persistent Saxon leader of the entire war, finally submitted to Charlemagne in 785, travelling to the Frankish royal estate at Attigny to be baptised, with Charlemagne himself in a gesture heavy with exactly the kind of calculated political and religious symbolism this whole story keeps returning to, standing as his own former enemy's godfather at the font, a single ceremony that Frankish sources treat as the effective end of organised Saxon resistance, though the actual fighting, sporadic uprisings, and continued forced deportations of Saxon families into Frankish territory would in fact continue for another 19 years after that baptism, not finally concluding until the year 804, when Charlemagne ordered one final, especially large-scale transplantation of Saxon populations. Several sources suggest as many as 10,000 people in a single operation, out of their own native territory and into scattered Frankish holdings elsewhere in the empire, replacing them in the emptied Saxon lands with loyal Frankish and Slavic settlers. Charlemagne judged considerably less likely to rebel, by which point an entire generation of Saxons had been born, lived, and in many cases died inside a war their own grandparents had begun. It is worth pausing one final time on the sheer accumulated scale of that 32-year war before this story moves on, because no single number, whatever its own reliability, can really capture what 3 decades of recurring campaigning, recurring uprising, and recurring reprisal actually cost the Saxon people as a whole. A cost that has to be measured not merely in the 4,500 lives the Royal Frankish annals claim were taken in a single afternoon at Verdun, but in the cumulative total of every smaller campaign, every burned settlement, every forced conversion, and every deported family across 18 separate campaigns, a total no surviving source ever attempts to add up, and that modern historians, working from a documentary record written entirely by the war's own victors, can only gesture toward rather than calculate with any real confidence. One further, and perhaps the largest, of this whole story's many genuine and permanent silences, a silence this story has tried, across tonight's long telling of it, to at least name honestly rather than let vanish entirely underneath a considerably more comfortable story of libraries and elephants, and reassembled Roman marble that so much of the rest of this night has otherwise had to tell. It is worth naming, too, exactly what became of Widukind himself after that baptism, because the historical record, characteristically, simply loses interest in him the moment he stops fighting. No death date, no further mention in any surviving Frankish source. A man who had occupied the single most prominent adversarial role in this entire 32-year war, simply fading out of the written history that had, until that exact moment, been recording his every move. And it is worth naming too a genuinely remarkable twist this same historical silence eventually produced, because a 10th century Saxon chronicler, himself a monk at the Abbey of Corvey, and, fittingly enough, also named Widukind, wrote a history of the Saxon people that proudly traced the ancestry of the Ottonian dynasty, the very same Saxon royal line that would produce Otto I, the emperor this story has already told you consciously modelled his own coronation on Charlemagne's, back to the defeated rebel leader Widukind himself, meaning that the Holy Roman Empire's own founding emperor, the man who revived Charlemagne's imperial title a century and a half after Charlemagne's death, claimed descent, at least according to his own dynasty's chosen chronicler, from the single Saxon leader Charlemagne had spent a decade failing to defeat, a genuinely delicious irony sitting quietly at the very heart of this whole story's own legacy. The conqueror's title eventually worn by a claimed descendant of the very man that conqueror had once forced into hiding across the Danish border, whether or not that specific Ottonian genealogical claim would survive close modern scrutiny any better than Einhard's own claim that his king knelt at Christmas Mass in genuine surprise. A rearguard in the mountains, and the legend that grew where the history left a gap. It is worth pausing too on a considerably smaller and, in the moment, considerably less consequential military disaster than either the Lombard conquest or the Saxon wars, because this single afternoon in the Pyrenees mountains would go on to generate, across the following 3 centuries, one of the single most famous works of medieval literature in any European language, a transformation from minor historical footnote into towering legendary epic that this channel's own recurring commitment to separating the history from the legend built on top of it obliges us to walk through carefully. In 778, Charlemagne led a Frankish army south across the Pyrenees into Muslim Spain, answering an invitation from a Muslim governor in Zaragoza who had promised Frankish support against his own rival, the Emir of Córdoba, an opportunity for expansion at the expense of a divided Islamic Spain that Charlemagne, fresh off his conquest of the Lombards, found genuinely attractive, but the promised alliance collapsed the moment Charlemagne's army actually arrived outside Zaragoza's walls, the city's own governor apparently having reconsidered the wisdom of actually admitting a Frankish army into his own city, leaving Charlemagne with an expensive, unsuccessful campaign and no choice but to turn his army back north toward home with nothing to show for the effort. It was during that retreat on the 15th of August in 778, as the main Frankish army descended through the narrow mountain pass of Roncevaux back into Frankish territory, that its rear guard, the detachment of troops and baggage bringing up the very back of the column, was ambushed by Basque forces, Christian mountain peoples native to the Pyrenees region, who had their own long-standing grievances against Frankish authority in the area, and who used their intimate knowledge of the mountain terrain to attack the strung-out, vulnerable rear of Charlemagne's army from higher ground, inflicting a defeat serious enough to kill several of Charlemagne's own senior officers, among them a nobleman named Rolandus, recorded as the count in charge of the Breton frontier march, a man whose death in a single obscure mountain ambush the royal Frankish annals, in their earlier surviving version, do not even bother to mention by name, treating the whole disaster with the kind of brief, embarrassed brevity official court chronicles tend to reserve for defeats their own patron would rather the historical record simply pass over quickly. It is worth naming now exactly what later legend did with that single obscure name and that single obscure defeat, because it is one of the more genuinely striking examples this whole channel has ever encountered of how thin a historical thread a towering cultural monument can eventually be woven from. Roughly 3 centuries after the actual event, an anonymous poet, writing in Old French sometime around the end of the 11th century, composed an epic poem known as the Song of Roland, the Chanson de Roland, which transformed that same obscure count, his name softened from the Latin Rolandus into the French Roland, into the greatest and most beloved of Charlemagne's legendary paladins, and transformed the actual historical attackers, Christian Basque mountain fighters settling a regional grievance, into an army of many hundreds of thousands of Muslim Saracens, led by a treacherous emir, ambushing Roland's small heroic band through the treachery of one of Charlemagne's own courtiers, a fictional betrayer named Ganelon. In a battle the poem stretches into a vast, doomed, magnificently tragic last stand, complete with a dying Roland blowing his enchanted horn, Oliphant, so mightily to summon help that it bursts his own temples, too proud and too late to have blown it earlier when help might actually have arrived in time. It is worth naming too the wider cast of invented companions the poem builds up around its central hero, most notably Roland's own close friend and fellow paladin Oliver, whose own more cautious, more measured temperament is explicitly contrasted against Roland's own reckless pride across the whole length of the poem, and the fictional Archbishop Turpin, a warrior cleric who fights and dies alongside the rest of the doomed rear guard, together forming, alongside 10 further paladins, the poem never bothers to develop with anything like the same care. The legendary company later medieval tradition would come to call the 12 Peers of France, a fictional order of chivalry built entirely out of a single afternoon's historical footnote that would go on to furnish the template for an enormous share of later medieval and even early modern ideas about what a company of loyal, honour-bound knights serving a single great king ought to look like. It is worth sitting with the sheer scale of that transformation for a moment. An obscure count whose own death a court chronicle initially declined to even record by name, rebuilt 300 years later into the central hero of an entire genre of medieval epic poetry, the chanson de geste, that would go on to shape French national identity, French poetry, and French ideas about knightly honour for centuries afterward. A monument built almost entirely out of the empty space where the actual historical record had simply declined to say very much at all, and a reminder, one this channel returns to again and again, that the stories which outlive the facts they were built on are very often not the ones history handed us on a plate, but the ones a later age needed badly enough to build for itself. It is worth naming too that the small mountain pass where this whole legend actually began has never entirely stopped attracting travellers, because the modern town of Roncesvalles, sitting on the Spanish side of the very same pass Charlemagne's rear guard was ambushed crossing, remains today one of the single most important waypoints on the Camino de Santiago, the network of medieval pilgrimage routes leading to the shrine of St. James in northwestern Spain, meaning that pilgrims walking that same route today, whatever their own reasons for making the journey, still climb through the identical stretch of Pyrenean terrain where a minor 8th century ambush, thanks entirely to a poem written 3 centuries after the fact, became one of the most famous single episodes in the whole of medieval European literature. It is worth naming too that the Song of Roland was only the earliest and most famous entry in what medieval scholars would eventually come to call the Matter of France, an entire legendary literary cycle built around Charlemagne and his imagined court of 12 great paladins, one of 3 parallel bodies of medieval romance that also included the Matter of Britain, built around King Arthur and his own Knights of the Round Table, and the Matter of Rome, built around Troy, Alexander the Great, and the heroes of classical antiquity. A 3-fold division medieval writers themselves explicitly used to organise the entire imaginative literature of their own age, meaning that Charlemagne, a genuinely documented historical Frankish king who died in 814, came to occupy, in the medieval imagination, essentially the same legendary category as an Arthur, whose own historical existence remains disputed to this day. 2 very different kinds of fame, one built on a real life thoroughly reshaped by legend, and one possibly built on no historical life at all, ending up nearly indistinguishable by the time later medieval audiences encountered them both. It is worth naming too that later medieval tradition went further still, compiling a list, first recorded in a 14th century French poem, of what it called the 9 Worthies, 9 legendary figures held up as the supreme models of chivalric greatness across pagan, Jewish and Christian history alike. 3 pagan heroes including Alexander the Great, 3 Jewish heroes including King David, and 3 Christian heroes, King Arthur, the Crusader Godfrey of Bouillon, and, standing alongside them, Charlemagne himself, a formal canonization of exactly the kind of towering, semi-legendary reputation this whole section of tonight's story has been describing take shape. 15 wagons of silver, and the end of a 200-year-old ring of gold. It is worth pausing too on a campaign considerably more successful and considerably more spectacularly lucrative than either the Saxon Wars or the Spanish disaster, a war fought against a nomadic Central Asian people called the Avars, who had, since the late 6th century, dominated the Carpathian Basin in what is now Hungary, and built there, across nearly 200 years of raiding, trading and extracting tribute from every neighbouring kingdom within reach, one of the single greatest accumulations of gold and silver treasure anywhere in early medieval Europe, stored inside a series of massive concentric fortified rings, earthwork and timber defensive enclosures. The Franks and their own Latin sources called simply the Ring, at the very heart of Avar territory. Charlemagne launched a series of campaigns against the Avars between 791 and 796, campaigns led in their final and most decisive phase not by Charlemagne personally, but by his own young son Pepin, King of Italy, working alongside a Frankish commander named Eric of Friuli, and the Frankish forces broke through the Avars' concentric defences to capture the innermost ring itself, seizing a treasure so vast that the royal Frankish annals record it required 15 separate 4-wheeled wagons, each one pulled by 4 oxen, simply to carry Charlemagne's own personal share of the plunder back across the Alps, an accumulated hoard of 2 centuries of Avar tribute-taking that effectively ended Avar power as an independent force in Central Europe within a single generation, and that, not incidentally, helped fund a great deal of the ambitious building and scholarly patronage. This story is about to describe Charlemagne undertaking, in the very same years the Avar treasure was arriving at his own court. It is worth naming too exactly what became of that treasure once it actually reached Frankish hands, because Charlemagne did not simply hoard it inside his own palace treasury. Substantial portions of the captured Avar gold and silver were distributed as gifts to churches and monasteries across the empire, sent as diplomatic presents to foreign rulers, including, several sources suggest, contributing to the same steady flow of wealth that let Charlemagne fund embassies as far away as Baghdad, and used to pay for the accelerating building program at Aachen itself, meaning that the octagonal chapel this story has already described, built from marble carried north from Ravenna, was very plausibly paid for, at least in part, with silver that had spent the previous 2 centuries sitting inside Avar earthworks in the Carpathian Basin, extracted originally from dozens of earlier tribute-paying peoples the Avars themselves had once dominated, a treasure that had already changed hands through conquest at least once before Charlemagne's own son ever laid eyes on it. It is worth naming too how swiftly and how completely Avar power itself collapsed once that innermost ring had fallen, a genuinely striking contrast with the 32-year grinding stalemate of the Saxon wars, since the Avar Confederation, unlike the decentralized Saxon tribal structure, had depended almost entirely on a small ruling elite's continued control over accumulated tribute wealth to hold its own subject peoples in line, and once that wealth and that elite's prestige were shattered in a single decisive campaign, the whole political structure came apart within a generation. Its own former subject peoples, Slavic and Germanic alike, absorbing themselves piecemeal into the expanding Carolingian frontier, or asserting their own independence in the vacuum the Avars left behind, an instructive difference, worth carrying forward, in how differently 2 very different kinds of pre-modern political power, one built on personal tribal loyalty spread across dozens of independent local leaders, the other built on a small elite's monopoly over centralized treasure, actually failed once put under serious military pressure. It is worth naming briefly the wider ring of frontier campaigns that filled out the remaining edges of Charlemagne's growing empire across these same decades, because no single one of them individually rivals the Saxon Wars or the Avar campaign in scale, but together they tell us something important about the sheer relentless, almost restless military energy that defined this entire reign. In 788, Charlemagne moved against Duke Tassilo III of Bavaria, his own distant cousin and a ruler who had governed his own duchy with a degree of practical independence from Frankish central authority, that Charlemagne, having already absorbed the Lombards and fought the Saxons to a standstill, was no longer willing to tolerate along his own southeastern frontier, accusing Tassilo of treasonous contact with the Avars and having him formally deposed and, in the now familiar Frankish pattern, tonsured and confined to a monastery, absorbing the whole of Bavaria directly into the Carolingian realm. Along the Spanish frontier, Frankish forces gradually pushed south across the Pyrenees in the years after the Roncesvalles disaster, establishing a heavily militarized buffer zone the sources call the Spanish March, capturing the city of Barcelona itself in 801 under the command of Charlemagne's own son Louis, still at that point the young king of Aquitaine and not yet the far more consequential figure he would eventually become. Along the empire's eastern edge, beyond the territory the Avar campaigns had shattered, Charlemagne's armies also campaigned periodically against various Slavic peoples settled along the Elbe and further east, the Wends, the Sorbs and the Obodrites among them, imposing, in most cases, tribute-paying relationships rather than any direct annexation of their own territory, a pattern of loose overlordship considerably less thorough than the outright conquest this story has already described happening to the Lombards and the Saxons, but one that nonetheless extended Frankish influence, however lightly, considerably further east than any earlier Frankish or Merovingian ruler had ever managed to project it, planting the earlier seeds of exactly the kind of eastward Germanic expansion that would continue, in fits and starts, for the better part of the following millennium. Brittany, further west, remained a stubbornly semi-independent frontier throughout Charlemagne's reign, subjected to periodic punitive campaigns rather than any lasting conquest. while in southern Italy the Lombard Duchy of Benevento, having escaped the fate of its northern cousins in the 770s, managed to preserve a genuine, if carefully circumscribed, independence throughout Charlemagne's lifetime, paying tribute when Frankish pressure made that the cheaper option and quietly resuming its own autonomy whenever that pressure eased, a reminder that even at the height of Carolingian military power, the empire's own outer edges remained considerably more negotiated and considerably less absolute than the tidy shape of a modern map might suggest. It is worth pausing, a little longer than the passing mention above allowed, on exactly how personal and how genuinely tangled the Bavarian question actually was for Charlemagne, because Tassilo III was not simply some distant troublesome vassal, but his own first cousin, the son of Charlemagne's own aunt, a blood relationship that had not stopped Tassilo, over the 2 preceding decades, from behaving toward the Frankish crown with a degree of practical independence no ordinary count would ever have been permitted, minting his own coinage, dating his own official documents by his own regnal years, rather than by the reigning Frankish kings, and, in the specific decision that would eventually cost him everything, marrying a daughter of the deposed Lombard king Desiderius, the same Desiderius whose own daughter Charlemagne had humiliated by divorce, and whose own grandsons had vanished into history after fleeing to Lombard protection, a marriage that bound Bavaria's own ruling family directly into exactly the network of anti-Carolingian sentiment Charlemagne had spent the 770s trying to stamp out. Charlemagne had already forced Tassilo, once before in 787, to renew his oath of loyalty and submit to Frankish overlordship without a fight, a humiliation Tassilo apparently never fully accepted, and when Frankish sources allege a year later that Tassilo had reopened secret contact with the Avars, the same steppe power whose treasure Charlemagne's own son would shortly help empty into 15 ox-drawn wagons, Charlemagne convened a formal assembly of Frankish nobles at Ingelheim in 788 that condemned Tassilo to death for treason, a sentence Charlemagne then commuted, with the same calculated mercy this story has already shown him extending to Widukind, to permanent confinement in a monastery, a fate Tassilo's own wife and children shared soon afterward, ending, in a single stroke, the last independent Germanic duchy that had ever stood between the Carolingian heartland and the Avars to its east, and clearing the ground, quite literally, for the campaigns against that same Avar power that would begin only 3 years later. It is worth naming, too, exactly how Charlemagne chose to govern the more distant and more recently conquered pieces of his own growing empire, because rather than administer every new territory directly through his own royal counts, he installed his own young sons as sub-kings over the largest and most strategically important of them, crowning Pepin, still a small child, as King of Italy in 781, and Louis, younger still, as King of Aquitaine in the very same ceremony, each boy given his own miniature royal court, his own household officials, and, as they grew older, real practical responsibility for defending and administering his own kingdom under his father's distant but very real oversight, an arrangement that let a toddler's name appear on official charters issued from Pavia or Toulouse, while the actual governing, in the earliest years at least, was carried out by carefully chosen regents and tutors acting in the young king's name, a system that combined the useful legitimacy and local loyalty a resident king's presence could inspire with the practical reality that Charlemagne himself trusted almost no one outside his own immediate bloodline with quite this much independent authority over quite this large a share of his own empire, and that gave both Pepin and Louis, by the time each reached full adulthood, genuine hands-on experience governing a real kingdom. Experience that would matter enormously once Louis, against every original plan for the succession, found himself the sole heir to the whole of it. A palace built to look like it had always been standing there. It is worth turning now, away from the battlefield entirely, because it would be a genuine disservice to this whole story to let the wars alone define a king whose own court, in these same years, was quietly assembling one of the single most consequential programs of intellectual and cultural revival in the whole of medieval European history. Sometime around the year 781, Charlemagne, travelling through the Italian city of Parma, met an English scholar named Alcuin, a churchman from York whose own reputation for learning already extended well beyond the borders of his native Northumbria, the very same corner of England this story pauses to note, that would one day produce the shocked letters this channel has already told you about, in another night in this room describing the Viking raid on the monastery of Lindisfarne, letters that Alcuin himself, by then an old man living at Charlemagne's own court, would in fact live to write. A small and genuinely striking thread connecting this story to another one this channel has already told in full. Charlemagne persuaded Alcuin to leave England permanently and take charge of what would become known as the Palace School, an institution based at Charlemagne's own court and dedicated to the education of the royal family, the sons of the Frankish aristocracy, and the wider project of raising the general educational standard of the Frankish clergy, whose own command of correct, comprehensible Latin had, by Charlemagne's own explicit and repeatedly stated concern, deteriorated to the point where he worried, in surviving letters and capitularies on the subject, that priests across his kingdom could no longer reliably understand the very scriptures and prayers they were responsible for teaching to others. It is worth naming, too, how this particular friendship eventually ended, because Alcuin did not, in fact, spend the whole of his own remaining life physically present at Aachen, retiring in 796, already an old man by the standards of his own era, to become abbot of the monastery of St. Martin at Tours, where he spent his final years overseeing exactly the kind of manuscript copying program this story has already described, transforming Carolingian scriptoria, corresponding constantly and affectionately with Charlemagne and with his own former students back at court, through a steady stream of surviving letters that range from serious theological argument to genuinely warm, teasing personal news, right up until his own death in the year 804, a full decade before Charlemagne's own, meaning the scholar whose arrival at court in 781 had done more than any other single hire to launch the whole intellectual revival. This story has spent so much time describing did not live to see either the coronation of 800 or the emperor's own final years, though his own students, Einhard chief among them, carried that same revival forward for another generation after their teacher was gone, continuing to copy, to teach, and to write, in the same clear Carolingian hand and the same carefully corrected Latin. Their own old teacher had spent the better part of 2 decades drilling into an entire generation of Frankish scholars, before retiring to Tours to live out his own final years surrounded by exactly the books and exactly the students he loved best. It is worth naming, alongside Alcuin, the wider circle of scholars Charlemagne gathered around himself in these same years, a genuinely international assembly for a kingdom that prided itself, in other contexts, on its specifically Frankish character. Einhard, a Frankish nobleman educated at the monastery of Fulda, who would go on, after Charlemagne's death, to write the single most important surviving biography of the king he had served, a work called the Vita Caroli Magni, that Einhard himself, by his own explicit admission in its preface, modelled directly on the structure and style of a much older Roman biographical tradition. The Lives of the 12 Caesars, written by the Roman historian Suetonius 7 centuries earlier, a deliberate literary choice that tells us a great deal about how consciously Charlemagne's own court understood itself to be reviving something specifically Roman rather than inventing something entirely new. Angilbert, a poet and later abbot, who became close enough to the royal family to father children with Charlemagne's own daughter Bertha, a relationship the king apparently tolerated with considerably more equanimity than a strict reading of contemporary morality might have predicted. Theodulf, a bishop of Orleans born in Visigothic Spain, who brought with him a formal, classically trained Latin poetic style considerably more polished than anything most native Frankish clergy could yet produce. And Paul the Deacon, a Lombard historian who had actually served at the court of the very King Desiderius Charlemagne had deposed, and who nonetheless found honoured employment at the court of his former king's conqueror, composing a history of the Lombard people that survives today as one of our single best sources for exactly the kingdom Charlemagne had just destroyed. It is worth naming, too, that Paul the Deacon's own presence at court was not without its earlier complications, since he had, some years before, been drawn into a political intrigue involving members of his own extended family plotting against Charlemagne's rule in Italy, an entanglement serious enough that Paul spent a period in genuine disgrace before Charlemagne, apparently persuaded that the scholar's own talents outweighed his family's earlier misjudgment, welcomed him back into royal favour, a small but telling example of the same calculated second-chance-granting pragmatism. This story has already shown Charlemagne extending to Widukind, and would show him extending in due course to considerably more troublesome figures still. It is worth pausing at some length on the single most sweeping and most explicitly programmatic document this whole educational revival ever produced. The Admonitio Generalis of 789, a lengthy capitulary drafted with Alcuin's own heavy involvement that reads, in long stretches, less like an ordinary royal decree and more like a sweeping manifesto for what Charlemagne's own court had begun calling a correctio, a correction, or setting right of the whole of Frankish religious and intellectual life. The document ordered the establishment of schools attached to every cathedral and every monastery throughout the empire, open not merely to those training for the priesthood, but, in a provision several modern historians single out as genuinely remarkable for its period, to the sons of free laymen as well, insisted that monks and priests actually understand the Latin prayers and scriptural passages they recited rather than merely reciting them by rote, and called for the wholesale correction of the biblical texts then in circulation across the Frankish Church, since generations of hurried and inconsistent copying had allowed the Latin text of Scripture itself to drift into a bewildering variety of small but theologically consequential regional variations. A project of textual correction Charlemagne formally entrusted to Alcuin personally, who spent years of painstaking comparative work producing a newly standardized and considerably more reliable edition of the Latin Vulgate Bible, a version that would go on to serve, in various later refinements, as the basis for the biblical text used across most of Western Christendom for centuries after either man was dead, meaning that the specific wording of Scripture read aloud in churches across medieval and early modern Europe owed a debt, largely invisible to the ordinary worshippers hearing it, to one English scholar's years of careful editorial labour inside a Frankish king's own palace school. It is worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely far-reaching technical innovation this same scholarly circle either directly produced or, at minimum, actively encouraged the wider spread of a new and dramatically more legible style of handwriting that modern paleographers call Carolingian minuscule, developed and refined in monastic scriptoria across the Frankish realm, most notably at the abbeys of Corbie and Tours in the final decades of the 8th century and the opening decades of the 9th. Before this reform, Latin manuscripts across Western Europe had been copied in a bewildering variety of regional and often genuinely difficult-to-read scripts, cramped, inconsistently spaced, and frequently written entirely in capital letters with little or no space between individual words at all. But Carolingian minuscule introduced clear, rounded, consistently formed lowercase letters, with real spaces separating one word from the next, a change that sounds almost trivially simple to describe. and that turned out to be one of the single most consequential advances in the entire history of written communication, because it made copying accurate text dramatically faster, dramatically less error-prone, and dramatically easier to read for anyone trained in the new standard. And it is worth naming plainly exactly how much of the ancient world's own surviving literature we owe to this single reform, because a genuinely enormous proportion of the classical Roman and early Christian texts that survive at all today survive only because Carolingian-era monks, working in this newly standardized script, copied out older and more fragile manuscripts that would otherwise almost certainly have simply crumbled into dust and vanished forever sometime in the intervening 12 centuries, meaning that scholars living today reading works by writers like Cicero or Livy or a great many other ancient authors are reading them, whether they realise it or not, through the direct mediating hand of scribes working inside Charlemagne's own revived programme of Latin learning. It is worth naming, too, one of the more genuinely charming and genuinely revealing habits. This same circle of scholars developed among themselves at court a private game of adopted classical and biblical nicknames, exchanged in their own letters and poems to one another with what reads, even across 12 centuries, like real affection and real inside joke pleasure in their own shared learning. Charlemagne himself took the name David, the Old Testament warrior king and poet, a name that flattered both halves of his own self-image at once, the conqueror and the patron of song. Alcuin styled himself Flaccus, after the Roman poet Horace, whose own polished worldly verse Alcuin plainly hoped his own writing might be measured against. Einhard, small in physical stature by his own and others' account, took the name Bezalel, after the biblical craftsman said to have built the tabernacle for Moses, a nickname that turned out to be genuinely prophetic once Einhard himself grew into one of the chief architects of Charlemagne's own building projects at Aachen, and Charlemagne's own daughters and courtiers traded their own such names back and forth in verse letters that survive in several cases down to the present day. Playful, competitive, deeply learned poems written by grown adults signing themselves with the names of ancient kings and poets. A genuinely intimate glimpse into a court that clearly took as much pleasure in its own cleverness as it took pride in its own conquests, and a reminder worth holding on to that the same men who drafted capitularies prescribing death for pagan Saxons also spent their evenings writing each other affectionate riddles in Latin verse under borrowed biblical names. It is worth naming too that this same revival reached beyond poetry and prose into the visual arts as well, producing a distinctive and genuinely influential school of manuscript illumination. Modern art historians call Carolingian art, exemplified by surviving treasures like the Godescalc Evangelistory, commissioned by Charlemagne himself in the 780s and illuminated with a richness of gold leaf and purple-dyed parchment deliberately imitating the imperial manuscripts of the late Roman and Byzantine world, and the later coronation Gospels, whose own portraits of the four evangelists are painted in a startlingly naturalistic, almost classically Roman style that had genuinely disappeared from Western art for centuries beforehand, a style so convincingly antique that some later art historians briefly wondered whether the manuscript might actually be a genuine late antique survival, rather than a Carolingian-era revival, before firmly dating it to Charlemagne's own court workshop. One further small proof of exactly how successfully this whole scholarly and artistic programme managed to reconstruct, from fragments and memory, an imported example, an entire visual and literary culture its own patrons believe themselves to be reviving rather than inventing. It is worth pausing too on the specific and genuinely spectacular building project Charlemagne undertook at his own favourite residence, the palace complex at Aachen, a site he chose in significant part, according to Einhard's own explicit testimony, because of its natural hot mineral springs, which Charlemagne, an enthusiastic and apparently quite powerful swimmer his whole adult life, loved so much that Einhard records him regularly inviting his own sons, his court officials, his personal guards, and on occasion, according to Eynard's own account, upward of 100 people at once to swim there together with him, a genuinely warm and human image of an emperor most people alive today know only from stiff coronation portraits. It is worth naming too, exactly why this particular site had drawn people to it for far longer than Charlemagne's own lifetime, because the springs themselves had already been prized and developed centuries earlier by Roman settlers, who built a modest spa settlement there they called Aquae Grani, waters of Granus, named for a Celtic healing deity the occupying Romans had syncretized with their own god Apollo, meaning the palace Charlemagne built to revive the memory of Roman imperial grandeur stood, quite literally, on top of the actual physical remains of a genuine Roman settlement. One further small instance of this whole story's own recurring pattern. A Frankish king reaching for continuity with an older world by building directly, sometimes quite literally, on its own foundations. At the heart of this palace complex, completed in the final years of the 8th century, stood a magnificent octagonal chapel, deliberately and explicitly modelled on the great Byzantine church of San Vitale in the Italian city of Ravenna. So consciously and so literally modelled on it, in fact, that Charlemagne obtained special permission, with the Pope's own blessing, to have marble columns and decorative materials physically dismantled and shipped north from Ravenna and from Rome itself to be incorporated directly into the new building at Aachen, meaning the chapel that still stands today at the heart of Aachen Cathedral was constructed, quite literally, out of stones that had once stood inside genuinely ancient Roman and early Byzantine buildings, repurposed and reassembled 1,000 miles from their original home to make a brand new Frankish palace chapel look, to anyone standing inside it, as though it had always belonged to the same unbroken tradition of Roman imperial and Christian grandeur stretching back for centuries. It is worth naming too that the same building project stretched Frankish craftsmanship in ways that went well beyond simply hauling old marble north, because the chapel's own massive bronze entrance doors, cast in a single piece, using techniques no Frankish workshop had employed in living memory, techniques that had, in fact, more or less vanished from Western European metalworking since the fall of Rome itself, were commissioned specially for Aachen, and represent, in the judgment of several modern art historians, the single most technically ambitious work of monumental bronze casting produced anywhere in Western Europe between late antiquity and the Italian Renaissance. Doors that still hang, and still swing, on their own original hinges at Aachen today. A genuinely staggering thought for anyone who has ever struggled to get a modern door to close properly, doors cast by hands whose own names, like so many of the hands this story has already told you about tonight, never made it into any surviving record at all. It is worth naming too exactly where on the modern map all of this actually sits, because Aachen today occupies a genuinely striking position, tucked into the far western corner of Germany, so close to both the Belgian and Dutch borders that all three modern countries meet at a single tri-point only a short drive from the cathedral itself, a location that places the literal geographic heart of Charlemagne's own vast, continent-spanning empire almost exactly at the point where three separate modern nation-states now touch. A small cartographic irony, this story's own closing image of Europe's own contested crisscrossing borders makes almost too neat to need any further comment. It is worth holding on to that image for the rest of tonight's story, because it is, in more than one sense, the perfect physical metaphor for the entire Carolingian project. An empire built piece by piece, campaign by campaign, marriage by marriage, and, in this one case, quite literally stone by stone, out of the reclaimed and reassembled fragments of an older Roman world, fitted together with enough genuine skill and enough genuine conviction that it could plausibly present itself to everyone who walked through its doors as though it had simply always been standing there. It is worth pausing for a moment to actually picture what daily life inside that same palace complex would have looked and sounded and smelled like. Because it is easy for a story this dense with wars and capitularies to forget that Aachen was also, quite simply, a home, and a genuinely crowded and genuinely busy one at that. Imagine the steam rising visibly off the surface of the hot mineral pools even in the depths of a Rhineland winter, and the noise of a dozen or more grown men, courtiers and guards, and Charlemagne's own grown sons among them, laughing and shouting to one another as they swam, the king himself somewhere in the middle of them, rather than standing apart, since Einhard tells us plainly that Charlemagne disliked being treated as too far above ordinary company in these private hours. Imagine the smell of tallow candles and beeswax burning long into the evening in the scriptorium wing, where scribes bent over their own carefully ruled sheets of parchment, the scratch of quill on skin the only sound in a room otherwise kept in near total silence by monastic rule, while in the great hall nearby, dogs from the royal hunting kennels wound between the legs of feasting courtiers, and a reader's voice carried on, evening after evening, through another chapter of Augustine's City of God while Charlemagne ate. Imagine, too, the sheer polyglot noise of a court that regularly hosted ambassadors from Baghdad, from Constantinople, from Muslim Spain, and from half a dozen still independent Slavic and Scandinavian peoples, along the empire's own eastern and northern edges, Latin, Frankish, Greek and Arabic, all overlapping in the same stone corridors within earshot of one another, and somewhere in the palace grounds in the years after 802, the low, unfamiliar sound of an actual live elephant, an animal no one at that court had ever seen before and few would ever see again, trumpeting from its own enclosure at hours no bell in Aachen had ever been rung to mark. Empires need money as badly as they need armies, and Charlemagne's own hand reached deep into that quieter, less glamorous business as well. It is worth naming in real detail the specific capitulary Charlemagne issued sometime in the last 2 decades of his reign, governing the administration of his own royal agricultural estates, a document called the Capitular de Villis, which survives today as one of the single most detailed windows historians possess into the actual daily economic life of the early medieval countryside, laying out, in exhaustive and at times almost comically specific instruction, exactly how many chickens and geese each royal estate manager, or villicus, was expected to keep on hand, how vegetable gardens were to be planted and which specific crops, from leeks to fennel to poppies, were required in them, how much beer and wine each estate was to brew and store, naming in several surviving regional variants of the document, specific royal vineyards along the Rhine that Charlemagne's estate managers were expected to maintain to a particular standard of care, a number of which sit on land, remarkably, still under active cultivation as working vineyards in the present day, meaning a bottle of wine grown along certain stretches of the modern Rhine traces its own vineyard back, in an unbroken line of cultivation, to soil a Frankish emperor's own capitulary once named directly by location, and how the wool, linen and dyed cloth produced by the women working in the estate's own weaving houses, the Janicia, was to be accounted for and forwarded to the royal court, a document that reveals an empire held together at its most basic economic level, not by coined money-changing hands in open markets, but by an enormous, largely self-sufficient network of royal estates, each one expected to feed, clothe and supply the itinerant royal household whenever it arrived, and each one managed according to a standard of bureaucratic detail that would not look entirely out of place in a modern inventory system, however unfamiliar its own units and its own crops might read to us today. It is worth naming too the specific agricultural shift several economic historians believe was already quietly underway across the Frankish countryside during these same decades, a gradual movement away from the older, simpler two-field system of leaving half of a village's arable land fallow each year, toward a more sophisticated three-field rotation that divided land instead into a section for autumn-planted crops like wheat and rye, a section for spring-planted crops like oats, barley and peas, and only a third section left fallow at any given time. A change that, wherever and however quickly it actually spread, meaningfully increased the proportion of a village's own land under active cultivation in any given year, and correspondingly increased the surplus available to feed exactly the kind of growing towns, growing monasteries, and growing royal courts. This whole story has already described Charlemagne's own reign filling with scholars, builders, and soldiers, though it is worth naming honestly too that historians continue to debate how far this specific innovation had actually spread within Charlemagne's own lifetime, as opposed to becoming fully established only in the 2 or 3 centuries that followed. One further example of a genuinely important economic development whose own exact timeline the surviving Carolingian era evidence simply does not allow us to pin down with full confidence. It is worth naming, too, a considerably more granular category of surviving Carolingian era document than any capitulary, a type of estate inventory modern historians call a polyptych, of which the single most famous surviving example, compiled for the great abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés near Paris by a monk named Irmignon in the early 9th century, lists, household by household, the names of thousands of individual peasant families living on the abbey's own scattered landholdings, recording exactly what labour, produce, and rent each household owed the monastery in exchange for working its own strip of land, a document that gives historians something Charlemagne's own grander capitularies never do: actual names, actual family sizes, and actual working obligations belonging to real, specific, otherwise entirely unrecorded peasant households, a level of granular, bottom-up detail about ordinary Carolingian life that briefly interrupts, in the most useful possible way, this whole story's own tendency to see the empire only from the vantage point of its kings, its popes, and its captured elephants. It is worth naming too one further quiet standardization. This same court pushed forward that still governs how you yourself are keeping track of tonight's own date, because the practice of dating documents by counting years forward from the birth of Christ, the Anno Domini system, had actually been devised centuries earlier by a monk named Dionysius Exiguus, and popularised in England by the great Northumbrian scholar Bede, the very same intellectual and geographic tradition Alcuin himself had been trained in before ever crossing to Charlemagne's own court, and it was Alcuin and his fellow scholars, working inside the Carolingian court's own drive toward consistent, correctly standardised record-keeping, who did more than any other single group to spread that same Anno Domini dating convention out of England and across the whole of the Frankish administrative world, embedding it into charters, capitularies and chronicles until it became the default way educated Latin Christendom counted its own years, a dating system so thoroughly normalised by that same Carolingian era adoption that it remains, in its essentials, the very same calendar year you would find printed on a receipt or a calendar today. One final, genuinely invisible piece of the modern world's own inherited furniture that traces back through Alcuin's own hand to a Frankish court's restless insistence that everything, even the numbering of the years themselves, ought to be done the same correct way everywhere at once. It is worth naming too one further surviving document that captures, better than almost anything else from this period, exactly how systematically the Carolingian mind approached the physical organisation of an institution, a large and remarkably detailed architectural drawing known today as the Plan of St. Gall, produced within a decade or two of Charlemagne's own death for the abbot of the great Swiss monastery of St. Gall, laying out, in careful annotated diagram, an entirely idealised monastery, one that may never have actually been built exactly as drawn, complete with its own church, dormitories, infirmary, brewery, bakery, animal pens, and a specific building set aside purely for bleeding sick monks as part of the same humoral medical practice. This story is already described being used, unsuccessfully, on Charlemagne himself, a document that embodies, in architectural form, exactly the same impulse toward exhaustive, rationalized, written-down organization that produced the Capitula de Villis and the Missi Dominici system in Charlemagne's own lifetime. Proof that the particular Carolingian instinct for planning everything down to the last chicken coop did not vanish the moment its own most famous patron died, but continued shaping how his own successors imagined an ideally ordered Christian institution for at least another generation afterward. It is worth naming too one final and genuinely distinctive feature of how Charlemagne's empire actually handled the question of law, across a territory containing so many different conquered peoples, a principle modern legal historians call the personality of the law, meaning that a Frank living in Aquitaine remained subject to Frankish Salic law. A Lombard living in the very same town remained subject to his own separate Lombard legal code. A Bavarian remained subject to the Lex Baiuvariorum, and a Saxon, once the Capitulatio de Partibus Saxonia and its later, somewhat milder revisions had finished imposing themselves, remained subject to his own distinct Lex Saxonum, an arrangement in which the law that applied to any given dispute depended not on the territory a person happened to be standing in, as nearly every modern legal system assumes as a matter of course, but on the ethnic or tribal identity of the person involved. A genuinely striking illustration of just how little Charlemagne's own empire actually resembled a unified modern state, even at the height of its own territorial reach, remaining instead a patchwork of legally distinct peoples held together under a single crown, rather than dissolved into any single, uniform Carolingian citizenry. A patchwork whose own southwestern edge, it is worth naming, produced one further durable political consequence out of the very same Roncevaux campaign this story has already described in such detail, because the Basque and Navarrese communities, whose own resistance to both Frankish and Muslim overlordship had ambushed Roland's rear guard in 778, used that same fierce independence across the decades that followed to consolidate themselves into the independent kingdom of Pamplona, later known as Navarre, a small mountain kingdom that would go on to survive in one political form or another for the better part of the following 7 centuries, squeezed between considerably larger Christian and Muslim neighbours on either side, a genuinely durable state whose own earliest political shape owes something real to the exact same stretch of mountain terrain, and the exact same fierce local resistance that first entered world literature as the setting for a single doomed rearguard's last stand, a distinction this story's own governing image of reassembled Ravenna marble captures rather well, since the empire's own legal structure, like its own most famous chapel, was built from clearly distinguishable older pieces rather than melted down and recast into anything genuinely new. It is worth naming too that Charlemagne himself, by Eanhard's own explicit testimony, was not entirely satisfied leaving that patchwork of separate legal traditions untouched forever, and that he had genuinely larger ambitions for it that his own death simply overtook before they could be completed. Eanhard tells us that Charlemagne, recognizing that the various law codes of the different peoples under his rule were, in his own judgment, badly deficient and internally inconsistent in places, undertook to add to each one whatever seemed lacking, and to reconcile the contradictions between them, a genuinely ambitious project of legal harmonization across an empire containing, as this story has already described, Franks, Lombards, Bavarians, Saxons and others, each living under their own separate inherited code. And Eanhard tells us plainly, with what reads like real and specific disappointment, that Charlemagne managed to accomplish very little of this particular ambition, adding only a small number of individual chapters here and there before old age, and finally death overtook him, leaving the deeper, more thorough legal unification he had apparently envisioned as one further item on the considerable list of things this restless, endlessly ambitious man ran out of time to finish, a genuinely human note of incompleteness to set alongside everything this story has already told you. He actually did manage to accomplish across 46 years on the throne, the man behind the crown, according to the one man who actually knew him. It is worth pausing at real length on exactly what Charlemagne himself was actually like as a living, breathing human being, because we are fortunate, in a way few figures from this earlier period of European history ever are, to possess a genuinely detailed physical and personal description written by someone who spent years in his direct personal service, Einhard's own Vita Carolingiani, and it is worth reading that description with the same careful, hedged honesty this channel always tries to bring to any single source, since Einhard, however close he stood to his subject, was writing an admiring biography of a recently deceased emperor for that emperor's own son and heir, and had every reason in the world to flatter. With that caveat firmly in place, Einhard described Charlemagne as a large, robust, physically powerful man, tall enough to stand out clearly among his own courtiers, with a round head, large and animated eyes, a nose somewhat longer than average, a thick neck, and what Einhard rather charmingly describes as a stomach that had grown, in his later years, somewhat too prominent. A physical detail modern archaeological analysis of bones long attributed to Charlemagne has, with real caution about how confidently we should trust that attribution in the first place, suggested may be broadly consistent with estimating a height of somewhere around 6 feet, a genuinely impressive stature for a man of this period. Einhard tells us too of a considerably more whimsical and considerably less consequential reform, that Charlemagne, apparently unsatisfied with the plain Latin names Frankish records had always used for the months and for the winds, personally devised and imposed a full set of new Frankish language names for all 12 months and all 4 cardinal winds, names built out of ordinary Frankish words describing the character of each season, a winter monoth for the winter month, a wine harvest month, a mowing month, and so on. A reform that reveals, in its own small way, the same restless, everything must be correctly and consistently named impulse that produced the Admonitio Generalis and the Capitula de Villis alike, and that also reveals, in its own small way, the practical limits of even an emperor's own linguistic authority, since most of these Frankish month names never displaced the older Latin ones in any lasting or widespread fashion, surviving mainly as a curiosity in Einhard's own biography, rather than as any permanent feature of the calendar his own descendants actually used. Einhard tells us Charlemagne dressed, on ordinary days, in simple Frankish clothing scarcely different from that of any wealthy Frankish nobleman, a linen shirt and breeches, a tunic trimmed with silk, cross-gartered leggings, and shoes on his feet, and that he actively disliked foreign fashions, wearing Roman-style ceremonial dress only twice in his entire life, both times at the explicit request of a pope, a detail that fits neatly alongside everything else this story has already told you about how carefully calculated the Roman imagery surrounding this supposedly reluctant coronation in the year 800 actually was. It is worth naming too the specific personal habits and private tastes Einhard records, because they give us a portrait of a man considerably warmer and considerably more idiosyncratic than the stern, imperial image later centuries would flatten him into. Einhard tells us Charlemagne loved to have books read aloud to him during his meals, and that his particular favourite among all the works read to him was St. Augustine's massive theological treatise, The City of God, a text he reportedly asked to hear, read again and again across many years. He hated drunkenness, Einhard tells us, in anyone, and especially in himself and in his own household, and generally limited himself to no more than 3 or 4 cups of wine at any given meal. A genuinely notable claim in a court culture where heavy drinking was, by most contemporary accounts, entirely ordinary among the Frankish nobility. He was, by Einhard's account, an enthusiastic and lifelong hunter and horseman, remaining physically active well into old age. And Einhard tells us too that Charlemagne's own physicians tried repeatedly and unsuccessfully to persuade him to give up his own favourite food, roasted game meat brought straight from the hunt to the spit rather than the more elaborately prepared dishes his own kitchens could otherwise produce, a habit his doctors apparently blamed for aggravating the gout that troubled him in his later years, advice Charlemagne, by Einhard's own account, simply ignored, preferring the plain, hot, freshly killed meat of his own hunting parties to whatever more careful diet his own physicians recommended in its place, right up until age and illness finally slowed him down, a small and genuinely stubborn act of self-determination in a man who otherwise spent his own entire life telling everyone else, from Saxon peasants to Roman popes, exactly how things were going to be done from now on. And it is worth naming too that Charlemagne was a man who spoke Latin as fluently as his own native Frankish tongue, and who understood Greek well enough to follow it, even if he apparently never learned to speak it with real fluency himself. And it is worth naming, finally, one particular detail Einhard records with what reads, even across 12 centuries, like genuine and rather touching frustration on his subject's own behalf, that Charlemagne, in his later years, made a serious and sustained personal effort to learn to write, keeping wax tablets and parchment sheets tucked beneath the pillows of his own bed so that, in whatever spare moments presented themselves, even lying awake at night he could practice forming his own letters, an effort Einhard tells us met with only limited success. Because he had begun the attempt too late in life, a small, deeply human, almost poignant image to hold on to, of an emperor who could command armies across the better part of an entire continent, who had personally revived the ancient imperial title of Rome itself, and who nonetheless spent his own final years struggling, without much success, to master a simple skill that any of the young scholars in his own palace school had already learned, easily, as small children. It is worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely generous charitable habits Einhard records alongside all of this, because they complicate, in exactly the way this whole story keeps insisting on complicating things, any single simple reading of the man. Einhard tells us Charlemagne was, throughout his life, remarkably open-handed with the poor, giving alms not only within his own kingdom, but sending money abroad to support struggling Christian communities in places as far away as Syria, Egypt and Jerusalem itself. Cities Charlemagne would never see with his own eyes, but whose churches he apparently felt a genuine and sustained responsibility toward as the self-appointed protector of Christians living under Muslim rule, a form of charity that cost him nothing politically and everything financially, and that several contemporary sources suggest he continued without interruption for decades. Einhard tells us too that Charlemagne bore the deaths of his own children with what Einhard frames as remarkable, almost startling calm for a man otherwise so visibly attached to his family, except in the case of his daughter Hotrude and his son Pepin of Italy, both of whom died within a few years of each other in the final decade of his life. Deaths, Einhard says, grieved him so deeply that he could scarcely be persuaded to attend to the ordinary business of empire in the days immediately following, a rare and genuinely human crack in the composed public image his own court biographer otherwise works so hard to maintain throughout the whole of his account. and it is worth naming finally Einhard's own description of Charlemagne's plain, unpretentious dress even at the height of his own power, wearing the same simple linen undergarments, cross-gartered leggings, and plain wool tunic as any moderately prosperous Frankish farmer might wear to church on a Sunday. A king who, whatever the marble and gold surrounding him at Aachen, apparently never lost the instinct to dress like the sort of man his own great-grandfather had been before any of them wore a crown at all. A household of many mothers, and a policy that scandalised nobody quite as much as it should have. It is worth pausing, too, on the considerably more complicated private life these public virtues sat alongside, because Charlemagne's own household, across the whole of his adult life, was built around a sequence of wives and, in his later years, an openly acknowledged series of concubines as well, beginning with an early relationship, likely never formalised into a full Frankish marriage, with a woman named Himiltrude, who bore him his eldest son, a boy named Pepin, who would later, on account of a physical condition the sources describe only as a curved spine, become known to history by the considerably less flattering name Pepin the Hunchback, followed by the brief and swiftly annulled Lombard marriage this story has already described, followed by a marriage to a Frankish noblewoman named Hildegard that lasted from 771 until her death in 783, and that produced the great majority of Charlemagne's own legitimate children, including 3 sons, Charles the Younger, a boy renamed Charlemagne, and given the separate crown of Italy under the new name Pepin, and Louis, the future emperor this story will spend real time with before the night is through, alongside several daughters, followed after Hildegard's death by 2 further wives, Fastrada and then Liutgard, and, in his final years, by at least 4 further concubines, women the surviving sources name only briefly, Madelgard, Gersvinda, Regina, and Adalinda among them, whose own children Charlemagne openly acknowledged and provided for within his own court, a domestic arrangement that a modern audience might find genuinely startling, but that contemporary Frankish and papal sources treat with a matter-of-factness that tells us something real about how differently 8th century Frankish society, whatever its own church's official teaching on marriage, actually handled a powerful man's private household. It is worth naming, too, the single most consequential broken engagement among all of Charlemagne's own daughters, because it very nearly changed the entire shape of this story's ending. In 781, Charlemagne agreed to betroth his own daughter Rotrud, then still a young child, to the Byzantine Emperor Constantine VI, the very same young co-emperor whose own mother Irene would later have him blinded and deposed, a marriage alliance that would have bound the Frankish and Byzantine imperial houses together directly through Charlemagne's own bloodline, and that Byzantine tutors were actually dispatched to Francia to begin teaching Rotrud Greek and Byzantine court customs in preparation for. The engagement collapsed in 787, called off, according to the Byzantine sources, on Irene's own initiative rather than Charlemagne's, souring relations between the 2 courts badly enough that it contributed directly to a brief and inconclusive war fought over competing Frankish and Byzantine influence in southern Italy in the years immediately following, and it is worth sitting for just a moment with how differently the whole rest of this story might have unfolded had that marriage actually gone forward as planned, since a Frankish princess sitting beside a Byzantine emperor on the throne in Constantinople might well have made the entire carefully contested question of a rival Roman emperor in the West, the very question this whole night's story eventually turns on, considerably harder for either side to insist on quite so absolutely. It is worth naming, too, a particular and genuinely unusual policy Charlemagne maintained regarding his own daughters, because it is one of the more genuinely debated aspects of his private life among modern historians. Rather than marry his daughters off to foreign princes or Frankish noblemen, the entirely conventional practice for a royal family of this period, and one this whole channel, has shown you used again and again across many different courts and many different centuries as the standard currency of dynastic alliance building, Charlemagne kept every one of his own adult daughters unmarried and living at his own court for the whole of his lifetime, permitting them, in practice if never in any formal sanctioned marriage, romantic relationships and children with men of his own choosing or their own, including, as this story has already mentioned, his own daughter Bertha's long relationship with the scholar and poet Angilbert, an arrangement Charlemagne appears to have tolerated with genuine warmth rather than scandal. Modern historians have offered several different explanations for this genuinely unusual policy, ranging from a hard political calculation that a daughter married into a foreign or even a Frankish noble house could create a rival claim, or a dangerous set of in-laws with their own ambitions for the succession, to a more personal and considerably more sentimental reading, suggested by several contemporary sources describing Charlemagne's own visible affection for his daughter's company, that he simply could not bear to send them away from his own court, and it is worth naming honestly that both explanations were very likely true at once, a policy that protected the stability of Charlemagne's own succession at the direct cost of his own daughter's formal independence and social standing. A genuinely uncomfortable trade-off. This story is not going to pretend away simply because the man who imposed it also happened to love the women it was imposed on. It is worth naming too the single most serious internal threat Charlemagne's own household produced against him personally, a conspiracy in the year 792 led by his own eldest son, Pepin the Hunchback, the child born to Himiltrude before Charlemagne's first formal marriage, and a young man who, by virtue of his own illegitimate birth and physical condition, had been effectively passed over in every one of his father's subsequent plans for dividing the empire among his legitimate sons, a grievance apparently sharp enough that Pepin gathered a group of Frankish nobles, themselves nursing their own separate resentments against Charlemagne's rule, into a genuine plot to assassinate the king, a conspiracy discovered before it could be carried out, its lesser participants executed or mutilated according to the harsh standards of contemporary Frankish justice, while Pepin himself, Charlemagne's own firstborn son, was spared execution, but had his hair forcibly cut in the tonsure of a monk and was confined for the rest of his life to the Abbey of Prüm, a fate that echoes, with an uncomfortable symmetry this story has already shown you inflicted on two separate deposed kings, Childeric III and Desiderius of the Lombards, the same specific ritual of forced monastic confinement Charlemagne's own family had, by this point, turned into its standard method for permanently and non-violently removing a dangerous rival from public life altogether, a method Charlemagne now found himself applying, for the first and only time in his life, to his own child. It is worth naming too that several contemporary sources place at least part of the blame for the resentments feeding this same conspiracy on the particular character of Charlemagne's third wife, Fastrada, a Frankish noblewoman he married in 783, shortly after Hildegard's death, and whom Einhard, in one of the few moments of open personal criticism anywhere in his otherwise consistently admiring biography, describes as a source of real unpopularity at court, blamed by name in the surviving record of the 792 conspiracy, as a contributing factor in the plotter's own grievances, whether through personal cruelty, favouritism toward her own relatives, or simply the ordinary friction of a stepmother arriving into a household already crowded with an eldest son who had every reason to feel his own position slipping. Fastrada herself died in 794, and Charlemagne, by Einhard's own account, genuinely and visibly grieved by her loss, despite whatever tensions her tenure at court had produced, married a fourth and final wife, Liutgard, within the same year, a marriage that produced no surviving children, and that ended with Liutgard's own death in the year 800, while the court was travelling through Italy on the very same journey that would end, within the same 12 months, at the foot of Pope Leo's own altar in Rome, meaning Charlemagne arrived at the single most consequential Christmas morning of his entire life, freshly widowed for the fourth time, a detail the story of the coronation itself rarely pauses long enough to mention. It is worth naming too that the underlying religious tension Pepin the Hunchback's conspiracy fed on ran in more than one direction inside Charlemagne's own vast and religiously diverse territory, because the empire he ruled contained not only Christian Franks, Lombards, and newly converted Saxons, but genuine established Jewish communities as well, concentrated especially in the trading towns along the Rhine and in parts of southern Francia, communities whose own legal and commercial position Charlemagne formalised through a series of surviving royal charters known as formulae, granting named Jewish merchants and their households explicit royal protection, the right to travel and trade freely across the empire, exemption from certain tolls, and guarantees against forced conversion or the seizure of their own property by local counts and bishops who might otherwise have been tempted to help themselves. Protections that made Jewish merchants, alongside figures like Isaac who carried Charlemagne's own diplomacy all the way to Baghdad and back, a genuinely integrated and genuinely useful part of the empire's wider commercial life, a detail worth holding in this story's now familiar spirit of fairness. Alongside everything Charlemagne's own capitularies simultaneously demanded of the conquered Saxons on pain of death, since the same king capable of imposing forced baptism at sword point on one conquered people was, at the very same time, extending formal legal protection to a religious minority he had never conquered at all, and had no particular political need to protect, an empire held together by messengers, capitularies, and one man's own restless attention. It is worth pausing for a moment on just how large a territory this whole story has actually been describing, because the numbers, once you actually assemble them, are genuinely startling for a state with no professional bureaucracy in any modern sense. By the final years of his reign, Charlemagne's own empire covered something in the neighbourhood of 1 million square kilometres, stretching, as this story has already told you, from the river Ebro in Spain to the river Elbe in what is now Germany, and from the North Sea south to central Italy, a territory considerably larger than any single state Western Europe had seen, ruled under one crown since the Western Roman Empire itself, and one that would not be matched again in scale by any single Western European ruler until Napoleon Bonaparte, a full 1,000 years later, briefly assembled something comparably vast through conquest of his own, a comparison this channel has already drawn once in an entirely different story from the opposite direction. It is worth naming too that we simply do not know with anything approaching real confidence how many people actually lived inside that territory. Modern historians offering estimates that range anywhere from roughly 10 million to something closer to 20 million souls scattered across an empire of farmers, monks, soldiers, and slaves. A population Charlemagne himself never had any means of counting with precision, and that this story, in keeping with its own now familiar comfort with genuine uncertainty, will not pretend to pin down any more exactly than the historians who have spent entire careers trying. It is worth pausing now on the considerably less dramatic, but arguably every bit as consequential question of how Charlemagne actually governed a territory this vast. Because an empire stretching from Spain to the river Elbe could not possibly be ruled by a single king personally overseeing every local dispute, and the administrative system Charlemagne built to hold it together reveals a genuinely sophisticated political mind operating alongside the battlefield general this story has already spent so much time with. The empire was divided into several hundred local territorial units called counties, each governed by a royal official called a count, responsible, in Charlemagne's own name, for local justice, tax collection, and the raising of troops when the king summoned the army, while the most exposed and most militarily sensitive frontier regions, along the Spanish border, the Breton frontier, and the eastern marches facing the Avars and the Slavic peoples beyond them were organised instead into larger, more heavily militarised border territories called marches, governed by margraves granted considerably wider independent authority than an ordinary count, precisely because a frontier commander facing a sudden raid could not always wait for instructions to arrive from the royal court before responding. It is worth naming too the specific mechanism Charlemagne relied on to actually check whether all of these hundreds of local counts, scattered across a territory it could take weeks to cross, were governing honestly and effectively in his own name, a system of royal inspectors called the missi dominici, meaning literally the Lord's own envoys, typically dispatched in pairs consisting of one lay nobleman and one senior churchman, precisely so that neither man's own particular interests or blind spots would go entirely unchecked by the other, sent out on regular circuits to inspect specific regions of the empire, hear local complaints against sitting counts, review the administration of justice, and report back directly to Charlemagne himself on what they found. A genuinely innovative system of centralised oversight that gave a king who could not personally be everywhere at once a working set of eyes and ears, reaching into every corner of his own sprawling territory. It is worth naming too that we possess a genuinely rare first-person glimpse of exactly what this job actually felt like from the inside, because Theodulf, the same Visigothic-born bishop and poet this story has already introduced as part of Charlemagne's own scholarly circle, served himself as a Missus Dominicus, and left behind a long Latin poem describing his own circuit through southern Francia, a poem that reads, in long stretches, less like courtly flattery and more like a genuinely exasperated travelogue of one honest official surrounded by dishonest ones, describing local judges and litigants who showered him with bribes, gifts of gold, silver, horses, hunting dogs, and fine cloth, all transparently intended to influence his own rulings. Gifts Theodulf's own poem insists at considerable and rather self-congratulatory length that he refused every single time, a document historians treat with the same careful caution they apply to any self-authored account of one's own incorruptibility, while still finding it enormously valuable as direct evidence that corruption, bribery, and the ordinary human temptation to look the other way for a friend or a well-placed gift were exactly the everyday realities Charlemagne's missi dominici system was actually designed to catch, whether or not every single missus proved quite as resistant to temptation as Theodulf's own poem claims to have been. Alongside this system of inspection, Charlemagne governed through the regular issuing of capitularies, royal legislative decrees organised into numbered chapters covering an extraordinary range of subjects, from the specific management of royal agricultural estates laid out in exhaustive practical detail in a document called the Capitulari de Vilis, to sweeping programmes of educational and religious reform laid out in a landmark decree from 789 known as the Admonitio Generalis, which explicitly called for the establishment of schools attached to every monastery and cathedral in the realm, and for a general improvement in the correctness of the Latin used in church services and religious teaching across the entire empire. The very same concern about deteriorating clerical Latin that had first drawn Alcuin into Charlemagne's own court a few years earlier. It is worth naming, finally, the practical rhythm of Charlemagne's own itinerant style of kingship, because for most of his reign he governed not from any single fixed capital, but by travelling constantly between a network of royal estates and palaces scattered across his territory, a method of rule common to nearly every early medieval king, since a royal household large enough to run a kingdom could not realistically be fed and supplied indefinitely from any single location before exhausting the surrounding countryside's own agricultural surplus. And it was only in his final 2 decades, once the great Avar treasure and the accumulated wealth of 30 years of conquest had given him the resources to build and sustain it properly, that Aachen finally became something closer to a genuine fixed capital, the one place in his entire vast empire Charlemagne increasingly chose to return to and remain in for months at a stretch. A settling down worth noting because it marks, in its own quiet way, the transition from a king still actively campaigning across every frontier of his own kingdom to an aging emperor increasingly content to let his own carefully built administrative machinery and his own sons in the field carry out the actual work of expansion in his place. It is worth pausing too on the specific and genuinely demanding machinery Charlemagne relied on to actually put an army in the field for 54 separate campaigns across 46 years. Because none of the wars this story has already described could have happened at all without a system for summoning, arming and feeding thousands of men, year after year, from a kingdom with no standing professional army in anything like the modern sense. Every free Frankish landholder above a certain, periodically adjusted threshold of property owed the king personal military service when summoned, the host levy, or hostilicium, arriving at the muster point on his own horse if he could afford one, wearing whatever mail shirt, helmet and weapons his own household could provide, and bringing enough of his own provisions to last the specified campaign season, an obligation Charlemagne's own capitularies show him tightening and adjusting repeatedly across his reign, raising the minimum property threshold required for a man to owe cavalry service at his own expense as the wars dragged on, and the strain on smaller landholders grew more apparent, and explicitly instructing counts to pool the obligations of several poorer freemen together so that they might jointly equip a single soldier between them, rather than each ruining himself individually, trying to meet a burden none of them alone could afford. A genuinely pragmatic piece of social engineering that tells us, in its own dry bureaucratic way, just how close to the edge of real hardship this constant campaigning pushed the very free peasantry whose land and labour ultimately paid for it. It is worth naming too the specific weapons that free Frankish soldier would actually have carried into one of these campaigns, because Frankish material culture in this period had its own genuinely distinctive signature. Poorer freemen typically fought with a simple wooden spear and a round wooden shield faced with leather or thin iron, while wealthier warriors carried, alongside the spear, a single-edged short sword called a seax, a weapon distinctive enough to Frankish and neighbouring Saxon material culture that some etymological traditions trace the Saxons' own name to it, and, in earlier generations at least, a distinctive short-handled throwing axe called the Francisca, a weapon so closely associated with Frankish warfare in the centuries before Charlemagne that several later writers, including some medieval etymologists working with more enthusiasm than actual linguistic rigour, speculated that the entire Frankish people might even have taken their own name from that same axe rather than the other way around. A theory modern linguists generally reverse, though it survives as a genuinely charming example of how thoroughly a specific weapon could become bound up with an entire people's own self-image, and the wealthiest warriors of all, the same men this story has already described owing cavalry service under the host levy, wore mail shirts of interlocking iron rings, armour expensive and labour-intensive enough to produce that a single completed mail shirt could represent a genuinely significant fraction of a prosperous Frankish household's own total wealth. It is worth naming too the specific horizon at which even Charlemagne's own formidable administrative reach still ran up against genuinely hard physical limits, because a Frankish army summoned for a summer campaign season could realistically march only so far before the practical challenge of supply, feeding thousands of men and their horses off a countryside that had not planned to support them, forced to return home before winter closed the roads, a constraint that shaped nearly every one of the campaigns this story has already described. The annual rhythm of spring assembly, summer campaigning, an autumn return that structures the royal Frankish annals' own year-by-year account of the reign almost as reliably as the changing seasons themselves, and that explains, better than any single tactical failure, why a war against as decentralised and as geographically extensive an opponent as the Saxons needed 18 separate campaigns spread across 3 full decades, rather than any single decisive summer's fighting, since no Frankish army of this period, however well led, could simply remain in the field indefinitely the way a modern standing force might. It is worth naming too the specific military edge Frankish armies actually carried onto the field once they did manage to assemble and supply themselves, because the heavy, mounted, mail-armoured cavalryman, the same wealthy landholder, this story has already described owing personal military service under the host levy, had by Charlemagne's own reign become the single most feared and most effective element of any Frankish army. A development some historians connect to the gradual adoption, in the centuries just before Charlemagne's own birth, of the stirrup. A piece of equipment that allowed a rider to brace himself firmly enough in the saddle to deliver a mounted charge with a couched lance, without simply being knocked backward off his own horse by the impact. A genuinely significant technological shift, some scholars have argued, did as much as any single battlefield tactic to reshape both Frankish warfare and, in time, the wider social structure of landholding built around maintaining exactly this kind of expensively equipped mounted warrior, though it is worth naming honestly that other historians push back hard against crediting the stirrup alone with quite so sweeping a social transformation, arguing that Frankish military effectiveness across this period rested on a considerably broader combination of disciplined infantry, effective logistics, and sheer accumulated campaigning experience rather than any single piece of equipment. A genuine and still unresolved scholarly disagreement this channel will, once again, simply name honestly rather than paper over with false confidence. A quarrel over 3 Latin words, fought out on silver shields. It is worth pausing too on a considerably quieter, but genuinely consequential, religious controversy that occupied a great deal of Charlemagne's own attention in these same years, because his programme of reform was never confined to schools and manuscripts alone, but reached directly into the theological substance of the Christian faith itself. Western churches, including the Frankish Church under Charlemagne's own encouragement, had for some time been reciting the ancient Nicene Creed with an additional Latin phrase, filioque, meaning "and the Son," inserted into the line describing the Holy Spirit as proceeding from the Father, a small addition that Eastern Christian churches centred on Constantinople had never accepted and regarded as both theologically mistaken and, just as importantly, as an illegitimate unilateral tampering with a creed that earlier ecumenical councils had fixed in its original wording for the whole of Christendom to share without alteration. Charlemagne convened a church council at Aachen in 809 specifically to examine the question, and his own assembled bishops enthusiastically endorsed the filioque wording, a decision Charlemagne then pressed Pope Leo III, the very same pope who had crowned him 9 years earlier, to formally confirm, and it is worth naming plainly, that Leo, in a genuinely striking act of theological caution, refused, agreeing that the filioque doctrine was theologically sound while still declining to insert the disputed words into the creed's own official liturgical text, and, in a gesture historians have always found a little irresistible, ordered 2 large silver shields engraved with the original, unaltered wording of the creed in both Greek and Latin, and displayed inside St. Peter's Basilica itself specifically so that no future pope or future emperor could quietly change the words without the alteration being immediately physically visible to anyone who walked into the church, a controversy neither the Archean Council nor the Silver Shields actually resolved, since the dispute over that same handful of Latin words would go on smouldering for another 2.5 centuries before finally becoming one of the several genuine theological fault lines behind the permanent split between the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches in the year 1054, a schism that endures in its essentials to this very day. It is worth naming too an earlier and genuinely stranger theological dispute with Constantinople that had already tested Charlemagne's own court's relationship with Byzantine Christianity more than a decade before the Filioque controversy properly flared up. In the 780s, the Byzantine Church, meeting at the Second Council of Nicaea, had formally settled a bitter internal Byzantine argument over the veneration of religious icons, ruling that icons could be honoured, though not worshipped outright, a decision Charlemagne's own theologians, working from a Latin translation of the Council's Greek decrees that modern scholars have since identified as genuinely and significantly flawed, understood to be endorsing full-blown worship of physical images rather than the more careful, qualified veneration the original Greek text had actually intended. A translation error serious enough that Charlemagne commissioned an extensive theological rebuttal, a work known as the Libri Carolini, the Caroline books, that spent hundreds of pages attacking a Byzantine position the actual Byzantine Church had never quite taken in the first place, a genuinely striking early example of an entire cross-cultural theological argument built, in significant part, on a mistranslation neither side fully recognised as a mistranslation at the time, and a reminder that even the most intellectually ambitious court in Western Europe could be led seriously astray by nothing more exotic than an imperfect translator. It is worth naming too a considerably less contentious but equally sweeping act of religious standardization Charlemagne pursued across these same years, a wholesale replacement of the older, regionally varied Gallican liturgical chant traditions that had developed independently across different Frankish dioceses, with a single standardized form of chant imported directly from Rome itself, a reform his own father Pepin had already begun, and that Charlemagne pushed considerably further, sending Frankish singers to train in Rome, and importing Roman cantors to teach Frankish monasteries the correct melodies, in the explicit hope of binding the entire Frankish church into liturgical uniformity with Rome, a project that succeeded well enough over the following century that the resulting hybrid of Roman and Frankish musical practice, refined further under Charlemagne's own successors, became the foundation of what later centuries would call Gregorian chant, a body of sacred music named for an even earlier pope who most modern musicologists agree had rather little to do with its actual final form, that would go on to shape the entire subsequent history of Western liturgical and, eventually, secular music for the next 1,000 years and more. One further piece of the medieval and modern world's own musical inheritance that traces back, in no small part, to Charlemagne's own restless insistence on doing every single thing his empire touched according to one single correctly standardized method. Silver pennies, a captured elephant, and a pope who very nearly lost his own eyes. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the specific economic reform Charlemagne carried out across his own empire, a standardization of Frankish currency around a single silver coin, the denarius, or denier, struck at a fixed weight and fixed silver content across every royal mint in the realm, replacing the more inconsistent and often debased coinages of earlier Frankish kings, a reform whose consequences reached considerably further into the future than Charlemagne himself could possibly have anticipated, because the accounting system built around his own reformed currency, 240 silver deniers to a single pound of silver, with an intermediate unit of 12 deniers called a shilling, survived in essentially unbroken form as the basic structure of English money for well over 1,000 years afterward, remaining in everyday use in Britain right up until that country finally abandoned the pounds, shillings, and pence system in favour of decimal currency in the year 1971, meaning that people alive today, not so very long ago at all, in the span of a single ordinary human lifetime, were still counting out change in units a Frankish king had first standardised 12 centuries earlier. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely striking visual choice Charlemagne's own mints made on his reformed coinage in the final years of his reign, after 800, because the silver deniers struck in this period abandoned the simpler, more abstract designs earlier Frankish coins had used, and began instead to carry a laurel-wreathed profile bust of Charlemagne himself, rendered in a deliberately classical style, facing right in the manner of a Roman emperor on an ancient coin rather than in any distinctly Frankish artistic convention, ringed by the Latin legend Carolves IAMP AVG, Charles, Emperor Augustus, a design decision that put the same visual language this whole story has already shown you Charlemagne's own court reviving in poetry, in script and in architecture directly into the pocket of every ordinary Frankish subject who ever handled one of these coins. A tiny, portable, endlessly repeated piece of imperial propaganda that several examples of remarkably still survive today in museum collections, allowing anyone who visits them to look at what is very possibly the closest thing we have to an image Charlemagne's own contemporaries actually approved of him being remembered by. It is worth naming, too, one of the more genuinely delightful and genuinely well-documented episodes of Charlemagne's later years, a diplomatic exchange he carried on across the entire breadth of the known world with the Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad, Harun al-Rashid, the same Caliph whose own court would later become legendary as the setting for many of the stories eventually collected into the 1001 Nights, an exchange of embassies and gifts between two of the most powerful rulers on earth who never once met each other in person, that produced, among other treasures, a magnificent mechanical water clock, its inner workings marking the passing hours by dropping small bronze balls into a bowl and by tiny mechanical horsemen that emerged from little doors at each hour, an object so far beyond anything Frankish craftsmen of the period could produce that several contemporary Frankish observers reportedly suspected it of being animated by some kind of sorcery, and, more remarkably still, a live Asian elephant named Abul Abbas, transported at enormous logistical difficulty all the way from Baghdad to Aachen, arriving in the year 802 to take up residence in Charlemagne's own royal menagerie, where the animal apparently lived for a further 8 years, eventually accompanying Charlemagne himself on a military campaign against the Danes in 810, during which the elephant died, according to the royal Frankish annals, of what the chroniclers describe only as a sudden illness, a genuinely strange and genuinely wonderful detail to imagine, a war elephant given by a caliph in Baghdad, marching alongside Frankish soldiers into battle against Danish raiders on the very northern edge of Charlemagne's own empire, an empire that, as this story has already told you, and will tell you again before the night is through, those same Danish raiders' own grandchildren would spend the following century tearing apart piece by piece. It is worth naming too the specific man who actually delivered that elephant to Aachen, because his own story is, in its own quiet way, every bit as remarkable as the animal itself. Charlemagne had originally dispatched 3 separate envoys to Harun al-Rashid's court in 797 to negotiate the whole exchange. 2 Frankish noblemen and a Jewish merchant and interpreter named Isaac, whose own fluency in Arabic and whose own existing trade contacts across the Mediterranean world made him, by a wide margin, the single most useful member of the entire embassy, and it is worth naming plainly that both of Charlemagne's own Frankish noblemen died somewhere along the long journey to and from Baghdad, leaving Isaac the Jew, as the sources call him, the sole survivor of the entire original mission, the one man who actually completed the round trip, negotiated the final details of the gift, and personally escorted Abul Abbas the elephant on the long, difficult final leg of its own journey from a Mediterranean port all the way north to Aachen. Arriving to a welcome, the royal Frankish annals tell us that Charlemagne himself rode out to meet in person, a small but genuinely telling detail about the actual lived texture of Charlemagne's own empire, a supposedly Christian Frankish court whose single most successful and most trusted diplomatic mission to the Islamic world beyond it had been carried to completion, in the end, by the one member of that mission's own religious minority. It is worth naming, too, a considerably closer and considerably more contentious diplomatic relationship Charlemagne maintained across these same years, with Offa, the powerful king of Mercia in Anglo-Saxon England, a correspondence that survives in fragments, and that reveals two of the most powerful rulers in Western Christendom squabbling, at one point, over something as mundane as the standard size of cloth being traded between their two kingdoms. Charlemagne complaining that the Blackstones English merchants had been sending him were of an unsatisfactory length, and demanding the cloaks Frankish merchants sent back, in exchange, be measured to the same older, more generous standard both sides had once used. A genuinely funny glimpse of two early medieval superpowers arguing over dry goods with all the same seriousness this story has otherwise shown them applying to popes and armies. That same correspondence records a considerably sharper falling out only a few years later, when Charlemagne proposed marrying one of his own sons to one of Offa's own daughters, a proposal Offa reportedly countered by demanding that one of his own sons marry one of Charlemagne's daughters in return, a counter-demand Charlemagne, whose own established policy of keeping his daughters unmarried and at court, this story has already described in full, apparently found so unacceptable that he broke off trade between the two kingdoms entirely for a period in anger, only for relations to gradually thaw again in the final years of both men's respective reigns. A minor diplomatic spat in the wider sweep of this story, but a genuinely useful reminder that Charlemagne's own unusual and politically calculated refusal to marry off his daughters was visible enough and controversial enough to become a live point of friction in his own kingdom's foreign relations. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the death of the Pope who preceded this whole crisis, because it reveals something genuinely warm about Charlemagne's own personal attachment to the papal alliance his family had spent 2 generations building. Pope Adrian I, the same pope whose own appeal for rescue against the Lombards had first brought Charlemagne to Italy, and the same pope whose warmth at that first Roman Easter visit had deepened their bond considerably, died in 795 after more than 2 decades in office. And Eanhard tells us Charlemagne wept at the news as openly and as genuinely as he wept for any member of his own family composing or commissioning a Latin epitaph in Adrian's memory that was carved onto a black marble slab and shipped from Francia to Rome to be set over the dead Pope's own tomb inside St. Peter's Basilica, where that same inscribed slab remarkably still exists today. One of the very few physical objects connected to this entire story that has survived essentially undisturbed in its original location for 12 unbroken centuries. A small stone tribute from one genuinely grieving friend to another, sitting quietly inside the same basilica, where only 5 years after Adrian's death, Adrian's own successor would place an entirely different and immeasurably more consequential object on Charlemagne's own head. It is worth pausing at real length on the specific crisis in Rome that would, within a year and a half of Leo's own succession, finally bring this entire story to its most famous single moment. In April of 799, Pope Leo III, who had succeeded to the papacy 3 years earlier, and who had inherited a considerable amount of resentment from partisans of his own predecessor's family, was set upon in the streets of Rome itself by a group of Roman nobles during a religious procession, dragged from his horse, and according to the near-universal account of what happened next, subjected to an attempt to physically blind him and cut out his own tongue, an attack apparently intended not simply to kill him, but to permanently disqualify him, under the standards of the period, from ever holding the papal office again, since a pope who could not see or speak could not, by the physical logic of the age, properly perform the sacred functions of his own role. Leo survived the attack, whether through the intervention of loyal attendants who managed to rescue him before the mutilation could be completed, or, according to a rather more miraculous tradition that grew up quickly around the event, through what several contemporary and near-contemporary sources describe as a wondrous restoration of his sight and speech, a claim modern historians treat with the same careful skepticism. This channel always applies to any suspiciously convenient miracle attached to a politically consequential survival, and fled north, eventually reaching Charlemagne's own court at Paderborn in Saxony, where the king received him with considerable ceremony, provided him with an armed Frankish escort, and dispatched his own commissioners to investigate the whole affair, before finally sending Leo back to Rome to resume his papal duties under Frankish protection. The charges levelled against Leo by his own Roman enemies, meanwhile, had not simply evaporated, and by the autumn of 800 Charlemagne himself judged the situation serious enough to warrant his own personal presence in Rome, travelling south to adjudicate a dispute that had, by this point, placed the standing of the papacy itself in genuine question, and on the 23rd of December in the year 800, in a solemn ceremony inside St. Peter's Basilica, Pope Leo III formally cleared himself of the accusations against him by taking a sworn oath of purgation before the assembled Frankish and Roman nobility, an oath Charlemagne's own presence and evident support did a great deal to make politically unassailable, whatever its own strict legal or spiritual force. And it was only 2 days after that same oath, on Christmas morning, that Leo, in the gesture that opened tonight's whole story, placed the imperial crown on the head of the very king whose protection had just saved his own office, and quite possibly his own life. It is worth pausing for just a moment to actually picture the inside of that basilica on the specific morning this whole night's story keeps circling back to, because the old Constantinian St. Peter's, the building that stood on that site before the Renaissance-era basilica familiar to modern visitors replaced it centuries later, was itself already nearly 500 years old by the year 800, its own long nave lit by hundreds of oil lamps and candles against the December cold, thick with the smell of incense and packed shoulder to shoulder with Roman clergy, Frankish nobles who had travelled south with their own king, and ordinary Roman citizens crowded in to witness whatever the Pope and the Frankish king between them had planned for the feast day. A genuinely loud, genuinely crowded, genuinely cold stone space, and it was into that specific noise and that specific cold that the crowd's own triple acclamation rang out the moment the crown touched Charlemagne's head. 3 shouts of Carolo Augusto, Adeo Coronato, Magno et Pacifico Imperatori, Vita et Victoria, to Charles Augustus, crowned by God, great and peace-bringing emperor, life and victory, a chant loud and rehearsed enough. Several modern historians have pointed out that it is genuinely difficult to imagine an entire packed basilica full of people producing it in unison on Leo's own signal unless a great many of them had been let in advance on exactly what was about to happen. One further small piece of circumstantial evidence sitting alongside everything else this story has already named tonight, quietly undermining Einhard's own claim that his king had knelt there in genuine, uninformed surprise. A crown two men both needed, staged as a surprise neither of them could really afford to admit was planned. It is worth returning now to the coronation itself, and to the genuinely knotty question of motive this whole story opened with, because the more closely modern historians examine the sequence of events leading up to Christmas morning in the year 800, the harder it becomes to credit Einhard's own claim, however sincerely Charlemagne himself may have voiced it afterward, that the coronation came as a genuine surprise. Consider the timing alone. Leo had only just cleared himself of a serious accusation 2 days earlier, in a proceeding whose favourable outcome depended almost entirely on Charlemagne's own visible backing. Consider, too, that Charlemagne had specifically been asked to wear Roman-style ceremonial dress that particular morning, an unusual enough request that it should, on its own, have signalled something out of the ordinary was planned. And consider, finally, the specific and genuinely convenient political vacancy the coronation exploited, because the Byzantine imperial throne in Constantinople, the one plausible rival claim to the title of legitimate Roman emperor anywhere in the world, was at that exact moment occupied not by an emperor at all, but by an empress reigning alone, a formidable and ruthless woman named Irene, who had, 3 years earlier, had her own son and co-emperor Constantine VI blinded and removed from power specifically so that she herself could rule outright, an arrangement that gave Western observers, whatever their real motives for wanting to say so, a genuinely convenient legal argument that the imperial throne in the East was, for all practical purposes, currently vacant, since contemporary Western opinion, rightly or wrongly, held that a woman could not properly occupy the office of Roman emperor in her own right, leaving a conveniently unfilled vacancy that a Frankish king who had already reunited most of Western Europe under his own crown, and whose own court scholars had spent 2 decades consciously reviving the language, the learning, and now, with Eirken's own Ravenna-inspired chapel, the very architecture of the old Roman world, stood perfectly positioned to fill. It is worth naming, too, the specific piece of inherited medieval political theology that made a claim this audacious feel, to contemporaries steeped in it, less like an outrageous novelty and more like the natural next step in a pattern. History was already understood to follow, an idea historians call translatio imperii, the transfer of empire, a concept rooted in the biblical book of Daniel's own vision of successive world empires, rising and falling one after another, Babylon giving way to Persia, Persia to Greece, Greece to Rome, a framework medieval Christian scholars had already extended to argue that imperial authority itself could legitimately pass, across history, from one people to another whenever God's own providence judged the transfer appropriate, meaning that a Frankish king claiming the mantle of Roman emperor was not, in the theological framework educated churchmen like Alcuin actually thought in, inventing something from nothing so much as recognizing and formally ratifying a transfer of world historical authority from a corrupted and, in Western eyes, illegitimately female-ruled Constantinople to a newly worthy Frankish recipient, a genuinely sophisticated piece of intellectual scaffolding built specifically to make an act of raw political opportunism feel like the fulfillment of a much older, much grander, and much more comfortably impersonal pattern in the unfolding of sacred history. It is worth naming, too, why Charlemagne, whatever his own private feelings, might have had genuinely good political reasons to want the whole affair to look, publicly, like Leo's own initiative rather than his. If the story was allowed to stand that the Pope had crowned him, entirely of his own accord and to Charlemagne's own surprise, it preserved, at least on the surface, the appearance that Charlemagne had not actively sought or demanded the imperial title from the church, a posture of humility that mattered enormously to how the coronation would be received by the many Frankish nobles and Frankish bishops who might otherwise have resented their own king appearing to grasp for a foreign, Roman honour rather than simply ruling as a Frankish king in the tradition of his own father and grandfather, while simultaneously avoiding, or at least postponing, the far thornier and far more dangerous precedent that a pope's own act of crowning might establish. The implication, one future medieval popes would spend centuries trying to insist on, and future medieval emperors would spend just as many centuries trying to deny, that the imperial crown was the pope's own to give, and therefore the pope's own to withhold, or even to take back whenever a future pope judged a future emperor unworthy of it. It is worth naming in this light the single clearest piece of evidence for exactly how seriously Charlemagne himself took that precise danger. Because 13 years later, in 813, when the time came to crown his own son and heir Louis as co-emperor, Charlemagne arranged the entire ceremony to take place not in Rome, but at his own palace chapel in Aachen, and had Louis crowned not by any pope or bishop at all, but by his own hands, personally placing the crown on his son's head himself, a deliberate and unmistakable statement, made in the full glare of his own court, about exactly whose authority Charlemagne believed the imperial crown ultimately rested on. It is worth pausing, too, on how furiously this whole coronation was received in Constantinople, because from the Byzantine perspective, there had never been any vacancy in the office of Roman emperor at all, only a legitimate, if unusually female, occupant of a throne that had never for one moment ceased to exist, and the news that a Frankish king, a man Byzantine court writers considered, whatever his own genuine military accomplishments, to be a little better than a barbarian chieftain from the west, had been crowned by the Bishop of Rome as though the actual Roman Empire, the one still very much functioning in Constantinople, simply did not exist, was received in the Byzantine capital as an act of genuine and outrageous usurpation. It took 12 years of intermittent negotiation, complicated by disputes over control of the Adriatic coastal cities of Venice and Dalmatia, that both empires claimed an interest in, before the Byzantine Emperor Michael I finally agreed, in 812, to a carefully worded diplomatic recognition of Charlemagne's imperial title, one that pointedly avoided ever calling him Emperor of the Romans, a title Byzantium reserved jealously for itself alone, acknowledging him instead only as Emperor. Full stop. A distinction of a single missing word that mattered enormously to the diplomats who negotiated it, and that tells us, in miniature, exactly how contested and exactly how newly manufactured this whole, revived Western imperial title actually was, even after 12 years of Charlemagne successfully wearing it. It is worth naming too the small but genuinely persistent linguistic afterlife of the specific border administration. This story has already described Charlemagne relying on to hold his own most exposed frontiers, because the Margraves who governed those militarized border marches along the Spanish-Navarre frontiers left their own title embedded permanently in the vocabulary of European nobility, the word Margrave itself descending directly into the German Markgraf, and the same underlying root producing, through the parallel development of French, the noble title Marquis and its English equivalent Marquess, meaning that any modern reader who has ever encountered a Marquis in a costume drama or a European aristocratic family tree has been looking, without necessarily realizing it, at the linguistic descendant of a specific administrative office. Charlemagne's own capitularies once invented to solve the very practical problem of governing a violent, unpredictable frontier faster than a message could travel back to Aachen and receive a reply. It is worth naming too that this same simmering rivalry over Venice, and the Dalmatian coast had already produced real, if inconclusive, fighting well before that final 812 settlement, since Byzantine and Frankish forces, along with their respective local allies, skirmished intermittently across the northern Adriatic through much of the preceding decade, a conflict that connects directly, this story should note plainly, to the broken Rotrud betrothal already described tonight, since Byzantine resentment over that collapsed marriage alliance had done real damage to whatever earlier goodwill might otherwise have smoothed relations between the two courts. It is worth naming too an earlier and considerably less hostile round of Byzantine-Frankish diplomacy, an embassy the Byzantine Empress Irene herself had sent to Charlemagne's own court only a few years before the coronation. In a gesture some later and admittedly unreliable Byzantine sources even frame as an attempt to explore the possibility of marriage between Irene herself and Charlemagne. A genuinely startling proposal, if the sources reporting it can be trusted at all, that would have united the western and eastern halves of a divided Roman world under a single married pair rather than leaving them locked into the rival, mutually resentful claims to the same imperial title that actually followed. One further reminder of how many genuinely different versions of this story's own ending sat, for a brief window of years, still technically possible. It is worth naming finally the specific and rather elegant diplomatic compromise both courts eventually settled into once the formal recognition of 812 had been secured, a working arrangement historians sometimes call, borrowing the Latin phrasing of Charlemagne's own court, the idea of two emperors ruling two genuinely separate Roman inheritances rather than one single, indivisible empire briefly usurped, a face-saving fiction for both sides that allowed Constantinople to keep insisting it alone represented the unbroken continuation of ancient Rome, while Aachen kept insisting it represented Rome's own legitimate revival in the West. Two claims that could never be fully reconciled on paper, and that in practice both sides found it considerably easier simply to let stand side by side, unresolved, for the rest of both empires' respective histories. Both hands held open at once. It is worth pausing before we let the story carry Charlemagne on toward his own final years, on the genuinely difficult work of holding two entirely true things about this man in our two hands at the very same time, because it would be a disservice to the actual complexity of this history to let either one crowd the other out. In one hand, a king who ordered the execution of 4,500 prisoners in a single afternoon at Verdun, who imposed the death penalty on an entire conquered people for the private practice of their own ancestral religion, who forcibly deported tens of thousands of Saxon men, women and children from their own homeland into distant corners of his empire as a deliberate tool of pacification, who kept slaves, as did every wealthy Frankish household of this period, working the vast agricultural estates that fed his own court, and whose own empire, for all its learning, was built and sustained at every single stage by the threat and the frequent reality of overwhelming, sometimes indiscriminate violence against anyone who resisted it. In the other hand, a king who genuinely could not fall asleep by his own biographer's own account, without a stack of books within reach, who spent an enormous fortune and an enormous amount of his own personal attention gathering the finest scholars of his age to his own table, whose educational reforms directly preserved for us and for every generation between his own time and ours an entire library's worth of ancient literature that would otherwise have been lost to simple physical decay, who tried, with real if limited success, to impose some minimum standard of consistent law and consistent justice across a territory that had never before in its history known anything of the kind, and who, whatever the calculated politics sitting underneath it, revived an idea, the idea of a unified Christian empire in the West, ruled under a single law and a single faith that would go on to shape European political thought for the next 1,000 years. Both of these men existed inside the same body, issuing decrees from the same throne, sometimes within the very same year, and a story that remembers only one of them the builder of libraries or the executioner of Verdun, is not actually telling you about Charlemagne at all, but about whichever half of him happens to be more useful to the particular point the storyteller wants to make. It is worth naming too a further asymmetry. This whole story is already brushed against several times without quite naming directly the actual legal and social position of ordinary women inside the empire Charlemagne ruled, because it is easy, dwelling on his own daughter's unusual freedom to remain unmarried at court, to come away with an impression of Carolingian womanhood considerably rosier than the ordinary reality most women actually lived. The same Salic law this story has already described valued a woman's own weregild at a lower rate than an equivalent man's across most categories of injury, restricted women's own rights to inherit and independently hold land in ways that steadily narrowed across the 8th century rather than expanded, and gave a Frankish husband, in practice if not always in strict legal theory, an authority over his own wife's person and property that no comparable law constrained in the opposite direction, an ordinary legal reality largely unremarked upon by any surviving source, precisely because it was so unremarkable to the people living inside it, sitting underneath the genuinely exceptional and genuinely unusual freedom. Charlemagne's own daughters enjoyed specifically because they were his daughters, royal women whose father's own power placed them so far above the ordinary Frankish legal structure that the rules governing everyone else's mothers, wives and sisters simply did not reach them in quite the same way. One further reminder worth carrying forward, that royal exceptionalism, then as now, tells us considerably less about the position of women in general than it tells us about the specific and entirely unrepeatable privilege of simply being born into a king's own household. The people this whole story has so far mostly left in the dark. It is worth pausing too on exactly whose voices this entire account has been built almost entirely without, because nearly everything we know about the Saxon wars, about the conquered Lombards, about the Avars whose 2 centuries of accumulated treasure filled 15 ox-drawn wagons, comes to us exclusively through Frankish and papal sources, written by the very people who benefited most directly from these populations' defeat, meaning that not one single word survives in any of these people's own voices describing what it actually felt like to watch the Irminsul cut down, to lose a father, a husband or a son at Verdun, to be marched along with one's entire extended family out of the only homeland one's people had ever known and resettled by royal decree in some distant and unfamiliar corner of the Frankish realm. It is worth naming too the ordinary Frankish subjects this story has barely mentioned at all, the free peasant farmer summoned away from his own fields, sometimes for months at a stretch, to serve in yet another one of Charlemagne's 54 military campaigns, a burden of military service that fell overwhelmingly on smaller landholders, least able to afford the horses, weapons and provisions the obligation required, a burden serious enough that several of Charlemagne's own capitularies had to address, with evident and repeated frustration, wealthier landowners' attempts to dodge their own military obligations by transferring their property into a poorer neighbour's name, and the monastery-bound scribe, labouring for years by candlelight in the cold stone scriptorium of an abbey like Corbie or Tours, whose own name, in the overwhelming majority of cases, never survives attached to the beautifully copied Carolingian minuscule manuscript his own patient hands produced, an anonymous labour that nonetheless did more than any single named scholar's achievement to actually deliver the classical inheritance of the ancient world into the hands of every later century, including our own. It is worth pausing for just a few moments longer to try to actually inhabit a few of these unrecorded lives directly, even knowing that no single name attaches to any of them, because a story built entirely out of kings and popes and captured elephants risks letting the actual texture of ordinary existence under this empire slip away entirely. Picture, then, a Saxon farmer somewhere along the river Weser in the early 780s, a man who has already buried a brother in the fighting at the Suntal Hills, and who now stands, along with the rest of his own village, before a Frankish priest demanding baptism on pain of death. A man who almost certainly submits, because the alternative is exactly what the Capitulatio de Partibus Saxoniae promises it will be, and who spends the rest of his own life practicing, in whatever quiet and unrecorded ways were available to him, some private blend of the old gods his grandfather worshipped and the new god his conqueror insists on, a compromise the historical record has no interest in and no capacity to preserve, but one that common sense suggests must have been lived out, in one form or another, in 10,000 households just like his own. Picture too a young monk at the Abbey of Corbie in these same years, his fingers stained black with iron gall ink, copying out, line by careful line in the new Carolingian minuscule hand, a manuscript of a Roman writer whose name meant nothing to him, beyond the fact that his abbot had assigned him this particular text to preserve, a young man who will never travel further than the nearest market town in his entire life, and whose own name will not survive attached to a single page of the work his own hands spent months producing, and yet whose quiet, unglamorous labour will still be legible and still be read 12 centuries after his own death, by people living on a continent his own imagination could not have conceived of. And picture, finally, a Frankish freeman summoned in the spring of some ordinary year to report for the annual military levy, forced to sell off part of his own family's land simply to afford the horse, the mail shirt, and the provisions his king's own capitularies required every landholder above a certain threshold to bring, a burden that several of Charlemagne's own surviving decrees complain, in genuinely exasperated language, was being dodged by wealthier neighbours clever enough to transfer their own property temporarily into a poorer relative's name specifically to duck the obligation, a small, grinding, bureaucratic unfairness that tells us as much about the lived reality of Charlemagne's empire as any single battle this story has described tonight. Picture too what the actual physical experience of one of those 54 campaigns must have felt like for the ordinary soldiers marching inside it, since no chronicle bothers to linger on it, and every modern reader's own imagination has to do the work the sources themselves decline to do, months away from one's own farm and one's own family, sleeping on wet ground under canvas or in the open air through entire campaign seasons that stretched deep into autumn, more often than any Frankish commander would have preferred, dysentery and fever moving through a crowded camp faster and more reliably than any enemy army ever did, horses and pack animals dying of exhaustion or bad forage along roads that had not been properly maintained since the Roman engineers who built them had died some 3 or 4 centuries earlier, and running underneath all of it, the same dull, grinding uncertainty every ordinary soldier in every one of history's armies has ever had to carry, not knowing, on any given morning, whether the coming day held an ambush, a battle, or nothing more than another day's dull marching, a texture of lived experience. This story's own steady procession of dates, treaties, and decisive victories can never fully restore, but that sat, invisibly, underneath every single one of them, an emperor crowned twice more before the crown finally passed for good. It is worth pausing now on the specific and genuinely difficult question of succession that occupied Charlemagne's own final years, because the Frankish custom of dividing a kingdom among all of a king's surviving sons, the very same custom that had once split the realm between Charlemagne and his own brother Carloman, threatened, if followed rigidly, to unravel the whole of the unified empire he had spent 40 years assembling. In 806, Charlemagne issued a formal succession plan, known to historians as the Divisio Regnorum, dividing his territories among his 3 surviving legitimate sons, Charles the Younger, Pepin of Italy, and Louis, an arrangement that, had events unfolded as planned, would have broken the newly unified Carolingian Empire back apart into 3 separate kingdoms within a single generation of its own creation. Events did not unfold as planned. Pepin of Italy died in July of 810, and Charlemagne's eldest legitimate son, Charles the Younger, died only 5 months later, in December of 811, leaving Louis, the youngest of the 3, and the one whose own share of the original succession plan had been the smallest, as Charlemagne's only surviving legitimate son by the start of the year 813, an outcome nobody, least of all Charlemagne himself when he drew up his original 3-way division only 7 years earlier, had specifically planned for, and it was this same Louis, King of Aquitaine since childhood, and by this point a mature man in his own middle 30s with genuine administrative experience of his own, whom Charlemagne summoned to Aachen in September of 813 and personally crowned as his own co-emperor. In the deliberately papacy-free ceremony this story has already described. An aging emperor securing, in the final months of his own life, the one thing his own family's history had shown him, across 3 separate generations now, could never simply be assumed to happen on its own. An orderly, unified and uncontested transfer of the crown to a single clear heir. It is worth pausing for a moment on the genuine irony sitting underneath that original 806 succession plan, because Charlemagne of all people understood better than almost anyone alive exactly how dangerous a divided inheritance could be, having spent his own first 3 years on the throne locked in exactly the kind of uneasy, geographically entangled joint rule with his own brother Carloman that this whole story opened with, an arrangement that had produced real friction, real suspicion, and, in Carloman's own widow's judgment at least, a death convenient enough to flee a kingdom over, and yet Charlemagne's own instinct, when it came time to plan for his own succession, was initially to reach for exactly the same partition custom that had so nearly fractured his own inheritance 40 years earlier. A reminder of just how deeply that particular Frankish tradition of dividing a kingdom among sons was woven into the culture Charlemagne himself had been raised inside, deep enough that even the man who had spent his entire adult life assembling the largest unified Western European territory in 3 centuries could not, in the end, quite imagine passing it on any other way, until 2 convenient and entirely unplanned deaths did the work of preserving that unity that Charlemagne's own original planning had never actually intended to secure. It is worth pausing, finally, on the specific circumstances of Charlemagne's own death, because Einhard, who was very likely present at Aachen during these final weeks, describes them with a level of intimate detail that stands in real contrast to the vague uncertainty surrounding almost every other date in this man's life. In January of 814, Charlemagne, by this point genuinely old by the standards of his own era, whatever his precise birth year had actually been, fell ill with a severe fever accompanied by a sharp pain in his side, a condition Einhard's own description strongly suggests modern physicians would recognise as pleurisy, and rather than eat, as his own attendants urged him to in order to keep up his strength, Charlemagne, following what Einhard describes as his own long-standing personal habit of treating fevers through fasting, refused almost all food for the better part of a week, a treatment that made real sense within the medical framework Charlemagne and every physician of his own era actually worked inside, a system inherited from ancient Greek and Roman medicine, and built around the idea that illness arose from an imbalance among 4 bodily fluids, or humours: blood, black bile, yellow bile, and phlegm, a framework in which starving a fever made a certain internal logic, since it was believed to deprive the excess humus supposedly causing the imbalance of the nourishment it needed to keep building, a theory modern medicine has long since abandoned, but one that shaped how literally every sick person in Charlemagne's own empire, from the emperor himself down to the poorest Frankish peasant, was actually treated for the whole of this story's own time frame, growing steadily weaker until he died, having received the sacrament at Aachen on the 28th of January in the year 814, and was buried that same day inside the very octagonal palace chapel this story has already described him, building out of marble carried north from Ravenna. It is worth naming, too, exactly how quickly and how widely news of that death travelled, and what it produced almost immediately in its wake, because grief of this specific, articulate kind is not something every early medieval king received when he died. An anonymous poet, likely a member of Charlemagne's own court circle, and possibly, some scholars have suggested without full certainty, a monk of Bobbio in northern Italy, composed within a short time of the emperor's death, a Latin lament known to modern scholars as the Planctus for the death of Charlemagne, a poem that survives complete and that opens by calling on all the people of Europe to weep, one of the very earliest surviving uses of the word Europe itself to describe a shared cultural and political community, rather than merely a geographic landmass, and that goes on to mourn the loss not simply of a king, but of an entire era of order and learning the poet feared, with real and immediate anxiety rather than any comfortable hindsight, might not survive its own founder's death. A fear this story has already shown you was, within 30 years, considerably more justified than the poet himself could have known. It is worth naming, too, that the immediate transfer of power to Louis the Pious, already crowned co-emperor at Aachen, 5 months earlier in the ceremony this story has already described, proceeded without the kind of succession crisis that had followed nearly every previous Frankish king's death. This whole night has told you about Childric's deposition, Pepin's own uneasy inheritance, Carloman's convenient death, a genuinely rare moment of orderly transition in a dynasty whose entire history up to this point had been defined by exactly the opposite. Though, as this story has also already told you, that same orderliness would prove, within a single generation, to be considerably more fragile than it looked on the cold January day Charlemagne's body was carried into his own chapel. It is worth naming, too, one final piece of legend that grew up around this same burial in the centuries after his death, a story recorded considerably later, associated in medieval tradition with the supposed opening of Charlemagne's tomb by the young Holy Roman Emperor Otto III around the turn of the millennium in the year 1000. Which claimed that Charlemagne's body had been discovered seated upright on a throne inside his own tomb, dressed in his imperial regalia, crowned, a sceptre in one hand and a copy of the Gospels open on his own lap, his body itself, according to the more fantastical versions of the tale, still remarkably intact after nearly 2 centuries. Modern historians and archaeologists treat this whole account with genuine and considerable skepticism, and a careful forensic and genetic examination of bones long preserved in Aachen's own elaborate golden reliquary, the Karlshrine, carried out by German researchers in the 21st century, has been able to confirm only that the remains are broadly consistent with a tall, elderly man who lived and died in roughly the right period, without settling one way or the other. The far more colourful question of whether Charlemagne was ever actually buried sitting upright on a throne at all, a genuinely uncertain ending, appropriately enough, for a man whose own birth date, birthplace, and even the precise circumstances of his own most famous coronation all remain, to one degree or another, permanently and irreducibly contested by the very historians who have spent entire careers trying to pin them down. It is worth naming, too, one final piece of popular misconception this story ought to correct plainly before moving on, because the ornate golden crown displayed today in Vienna's own imperial treasury under the popular name the Crown of Charlemagne, an object tourists photograph by the thousands every year, believing they are looking at the very object Pope Leo lowered onto his head, was in fact manufactured more than a century and a half after Charlemagne's death, most likely for the coronation of Otto I or one of his immediate successors in the 10th century, meaning the actual crown used at that first, world-changing coronation in the year 800 has not survived at all. Lost, melted down, or simply worn away by time somewhere in the intervening 12 centuries, one final and genuinely fitting piece of uncertainty to add to everything else this story has already told you tonight remains unknowable about the single most consequential Christmas morning in the whole of early medieval European history. A crown that outlived the empire it was built for. It is worth pausing before we walk back through the whole of this story together on what actually happened to Charlemagne's own empire once his own restless, relentless personal attention was no longer available to hold its many pieces together, because the answer is not a happy one. And this channel has, in fact, already told a considerable portion of it in full on another night in this room. Louis the Pious inherited the imperial title in 814 and spent the whole of his own 26-year reign struggling, with only partial and increasingly fragile success, to keep his own father's territorial inheritance whole, a struggle that collapsed entirely into open civil war among Louis's own surviving sons following his death in 840, a war this channel has already walked you through at real length in the story of why the Vikings became so feared across 9th century Europe, because it was this very same Carolingian civil war and the Treaty of Verdun that finally ended it in 843 by splitting Charlemagne's once unified empire permanently into 3 separate and increasingly rival kingdoms, that left the coasts and river valleys of what had briefly been the strongest and best defended state in all of Western Europe, suddenly divided, distracted, and catastrophically vulnerable at the exact moment Scandinavian raiding fleets began pressing hardest against them, a fracturing of Charlemagne's own hard-won unity that this channel has already shown you in that earlier telling, opening the door to a full 3 centuries of Viking terror along nearly every river and coastline his own empire had once controlled. It is worth naming too one small and genuinely fascinating linguistic fossil this same civil war left behind, because in the year 842, the year before the Treaty of Verdun finally settled the war on the ground, 2 of Louis the Pious's own warring sons, Charles the Bald and Louis the German, met at Strasbourg to swear a mutual oath of alliance against their own brother Lothair, and had that oath recorded not in the Latin every Frankish king's chancery had used for centuries, but in the actual spoken vernacular languages their own soldiers understood, an early form of Old French for Charles the Bald's own western troops, and an early form of Old High German for Louis the German's own eastern troops, producing in the so-called Oaths of Strasbourg the single oldest surviving written text in any form of the French language, and one of the oldest in any form of German, a genuinely remarkable linguistic snapshot of the exact moment Charlemagne's own unified Latin-speaking Frankish elite had already begun splitting, generation by generation, into the 2 separate vernacular-speaking populations that would eventually grow into 2 separate modern nations, each one, this story has already told you, still arguing over which of them actually owns Charlemagne's own memory, more than 11 centuries later. It is worth naming too how thoroughly Charlemagne's own memory and Charlemagne's own precedent outlived the actual political unity of his empire, because in the year 962, more than a century after Charlemagne's death, and in a political landscape his own great-grandchildren would scarcely have recognised, a Saxon king named Otto I, ruling over the eastern remnant of the old Carolingian world, travelled to Rome and had himself crowned emperor by the Pope in a ceremony deliberately and explicitly modelled on Charlemagne's own coronation a century and a half earlier, founding what later centuries would come to call the Holy Roman Empire, an institution that would, in one form or another, persist for the better part of the following 8.5 centuries, all of it resting at bottom on the specific precedent one Frankish king had established on a single Christmas morning in Rome, kneeling, by his own later claim, in genuine surprise. It is worth naming too that this same precedent was still being consciously and deliberately invoked a full millennium later, because when Napoleon Bonaparte crowned himself Emperor of the French in Notre Dame in 1804, this channel has already described in another story how carefully that entire ceremony was staged to recall the memory of an earlier Frankish coronation, and Napoleon went considerably further than symbolic staging alone only a few months later, when he travelled to Milan to be crowned King of Italy, and had the Iron Crown of Lombardy itself, the very same relic-studded band this story has already described Charlemagne placing on his own head after the fall of Pavia in 774, brought out and set upon his own head in a deliberate act of historical self-insertion, reportedly declaring, as he lifted the crown himself rather than allow the officiating cardinal to place it, "God gives it to me, beware whoever touches it," a line that borrowed its structure directly from the ancient Lombard coronation formula, while replacing any priestly intermediary with Napoleon's own two hands, one further conqueror, exactly 1,031 years after the first one, reaching for the same physical object and the same borrowed legitimacy to dress his own considerably more recent conquests in the unbroken costume of an ancient and unbroken imperial tradition that was not, in either man's case, quite as unbroken as either wanted the watching world to believe. It is worth naming, too, how thoroughly both of the two great medieval and modern successor cultures to Charlemagne's own empire, the kingdom that would eventually become France, and the patchwork of German-speaking states that would eventually become Germany, came to claim him, each in its own turn, as their own specifically national founding ancestor, the French remembering him as Charlemagne, the first great king of a distinctly French monarchy, the Germans remembering him as Karl der Grosse, a Saxon conquering unifier of the Germanic peoples, whose own memory, uncomfortably enough, a 20th century German government would later find itself genuinely divided over, some Nazi ideologues admiring him as an early unifier of Germanic power, others, including Heinrich Himmler himself according to several surviving accounts, actively resenting him as the brutal exterminator of their own supposedly kindred pagan Saxon ancestors, a genuinely strange historical irony in which the very same 32-year war this story has already described in such uncomfortable detail became, more than 11 centuries later, a live political argument inside a regime whose own atrocities would make Verdun look, by grim historical comparison, almost restrained. It is worth naming too exactly how physically durable Charlemagne's own precedent turned out to be, because the marble throne he had installed inside the upper gallery of his own octagonal chapel at Aachen, a plain, unadorned seat built in another small echo of this whole story's own governing image, from slabs of ancient marble rather than any newly carved material, went on to serve as the actual coronation throne of the Holy Roman Empire for the better part of the next 7 centuries, with some 30 later German kings crowned while seated in that same specific chair between the coronation of Otto III in the 10th century and the last such Aachen coronation in 1531, meaning that a piece of furniture Charlemagne himself very likely sat in personally continued for longer than the entire span of time separating his own reign from the present day, divided roughly in half, to physically transmit his own authority onto the heads of kings who would never once have met him, and who ruled a political entity, the Holy Roman Empire, that Charlemagne's own contemporaries would not even have had a name for. That same chapel, and the surrounding cathedral that grew up around it across the following centuries, still stands in the city of Aachen today, and in 1978 became the very first cultural site in the whole of Germany ever inscribed on UNESCO's World Heritage List, a designation that placed a chapel built from Ravenna's own recycled marble for a Frankish king who forced an entire pagan people to choose between conversion and death on the same protected global registry as the Egyptian pyramids and the Galapagos Islands. It is worth naming, finally, the considerably gentler and considerably more hopeful use later ages found for Charlemagne's own contested memory, because in the aftermath of the Second World War, as a shattered and thoroughly exhausted Europe began groping in genuine earnest for the first time in its own long history towards some form of lasting continental unity, the city of Aachen itself in 1950 established an annual honour called the International Charlemagne Prize, the Karlspreis, awarded each year to individuals judged to have made an outstanding contribution to the cause of European unification, an award whose very first winner was the pan-European federalist Richard Coudenhove-Kalergi, and whose later recipients would come to include Winston Churchill, a long list of European heads of state and government, and, in a genuinely striking exception to the prize's usual roster of statesmen, Pope Francis himself in the year 2016, a decision, whatever its own obvious irony is, to make the name of a king who had once forced an entire conquered people to choose between baptism and death into the patron symbol of a peaceful, voluntary continental partnership. It is worth naming, too, that this same instinct to reach for Charlemagne as a founding symbol of European unity did not stop at a single annual prize ceremony in Aachen, because the European Commission's own headquarters complex in Brussels, the working seat of the European Union's own executive government, includes a building the Commission itself named, quite deliberately, the Charlemagne Building, home for decades to meetings of European finance ministers and, at various points, to the Commission's own external relations staff. A genuinely striking final image to hold on to. 12 centuries of distance collapsing into a single glass and steel office block in a modern Belgian capital named after a Frankish king who never once, in the whole of his own lifetime, imagined anything resembling a voluntary union of independent European nations, and who built the only unity he actually achieved with an army, one final and genuinely remarkable transformation in the 12-century-long afterlife of a single Frankish king's own name. It is worth naming, too, to considerably quieter and considerably more surprising ways this same name and this same reign have quietly lodged themselves inside the everyday world you yourself are still living in tonight, long after every crown this story has described has been melted down, lost or locked behind museum glass. The first sits, quite literally, in front of your own eyes at this very moment, because the clear, rounded, easily readable lowercase letters this script itself would be printed in, were you reading it rather than listening to it, descend in an almost unbroken line from the very Carolingian minuscule. This story has already told you Charlemagne's own monasteries developed and spread across the empire, a script so clean and so consistent that Italian humanist scholars, rediscovering old monastery manuscripts some 600 years later during the Renaissance, mistook Carolingian-era copies for genuine, original ancient Roman handwriting, and modelled their own new so-called Roman typefaces directly on them, typefaces that would go on, once the printing press arrived only a few decades later, to become the direct ancestor of most of the lowercase Latin alphabet fonts, printed and displayed anywhere in the world today, meaning that the actual shape of the letters carrying this sentence to you is, in a very real and very literal sense, still Charlemagne's own. The second sits considerably further east, buried inside the ordinary vocabulary of half a dozen modern Slavic languages, because the Polish word for king, król, the Czech král, and the Russian korol, along with their cousins across nearly every other Slavic tongue, all descend from the same single root, an early Slavic borrowing of Charlemagne's own personal name, Karl, adopted by neighbouring Slavic peoples during or shortly after his own lifetime as a kind of generic word for a powerful ruler, since the reputation of this one specific Frankish king had, by the early 9th century, already grown so overwhelming among the peoples living along his empire's eastern frontier that his own given name simply became, in language after language, the ordinary word for what a king was, a linguistic fossil that has quietly outlived the man, his empire, his dynasty, and every one of the crowns this story has spent tonight describing. How do we actually know any of this? It is worth pausing before we let this whole long story wind down toward its close on exactly where all of it actually comes from, because the honest answer, as it so often is on this channel, involves considerably more contested ground and considerably more visible bias than a smooth, confident narration tends to let on. Our single richest source for Charlemagne's own personal life and character remains Einhard's Vita Caroli Magni, written sometime in the years immediately following Charlemagne's death, by a man who had served for years inside his own court, and who, as this story has already noted, explicitly and self-consciously modelled his entire biography on Suetonius's much older Lives of the 12 Caesars, borrowing not just its structure but, in a great many individual passages, its actual phrasing, adapting descriptions Suetonius had originally written about Roman emperors 3 and 4 centuries earlier to fit his own more recent subject, a literary choice that gives Einhard's biography enormous charm and enormous readability, and that should also make us genuinely cautious about accepting every specific personal anecdote at face value, since some of what reads, to a modern audience like vivid first-hand observation, may in fact be borrowed literary convention dressed up to look like memory. Our second major source is the Royal Frankish Annals, the year-by-year official chronicle maintained at Charlemagne's own court throughout his reign, a document whose surviving text exists in at least 2 distinguishable versions, an earlier one and a later, more polished revision, and it is worth naming specifically that several of the more embarrassing episodes this story has described, most notably the Roncevaux disaster, appear considerably more briefly and considerably more evasively in the Annals' earlier version than they do in later retellings, a pattern of official editing that tells us quite plainly that even Charlemagne's own court historians understood their job to include managing his public reputation, not merely recording events as they occurred. And it is worth naming, finally, a third major source considerably less reliable than either of the first 2, but genuinely revealing in its own right, a work called the Gesta Caroli Magni, the Deeds of Charlemagne, written by a monk of the Abbey of St. Gall known to history as Notker the Stammerer, composed roughly 70 years after Charlemagne's own death, for the entertainment and moral instruction of a later, considerably less impressive Carolingian ruler, Charles the Fat, a text filled with charming, moralising, and almost certainly largely invented anecdotes of dubious foreign ambassadors humbled by Frankish cleverness, and of a young Charlemagne testing his own courtiers' loyalty through elaborate practical jokes, material historians generally treat as far more valuable for what it tells us about how quickly and how thoroughly Charlemagne's own memory had already calcified into legend within living memory of people who might, in theory, still have remembered him, than as any kind of reliable record of what the actual man himself ever said or did. It is worth naming, too, a fourth and considerably more sober source, valuable less for what it tells us about Charlemagne directly than for what it tells us about how his own son chose to remember him. A biography of Louis the Pious, written by an anonymous author, modern historians simply call the Astronomer, on account of that writer's own evident interest in and knowledge of the movements of celestial bodies. A work that opens with an account of Charlemagne's final years, and death clearly intended to frame Louis's own subsequent troubled reign as the faithful continuation of his father's legacy, rather than any kind of falling off, a framing that should remind us, once again, that nearly every single word this story has drawn on tonight was written by someone with a personal, political, or institutional stake in how Charlemagne would be remembered. Whether that stake was Einhard's own gratitude to a patron who had raised him from minor nobility, the royal Frankish annals' own institutional commitment to the dynasty they served, Notker's own entertainment-driven license to invent whatever made the best story for Charles the Fat's own court, or the astronomer's own interest in defending Louis's inheritance, meaning that the actual unfiltered Charlemagne, the man entirely apart from anyone else's use for him, may simply be permanently unrecoverable, a genuinely humbling thought to sit with regarding a life this thoroughly documented by the standards of its own age. It is worth naming, too, that no authentic contemporary portrait of Charlemagne's own face survives anywhere. The coin busts this story has already described being formal, idealised, classically styled images rather than anything resembling an actual likeness, which has left every subsequent generation free to imagine him however its own moment needed him to look. The German painter Albrecht Dürer, working purely from imagination and from earlier idealised images rather than any genuine likeness, produced, in the early 1500s, the single most reproduced image of Charlemagne in the whole of Western art, a stern, heavily bearded, magnificently robed figure holding an orb and a sword that Dürer's own painting invented wholesale to look appropriately imperial to a 16th century German audience, an image so influential that it shaped how nearly every later illustrator, filmmaker and textbook editor would go on picturing Charlemagne for the next 5 centuries, despite having no more genuine connection to the actual 8th century man than Notker, the stammerer's own invented practical jokes, did. And it is worth naming finally that visitors to Paris today can walk directly in front of Notre Dame Cathedral and find a large bronze equestrian statue of Charlemagne, flanked by his own 2 paladins, installed there in the 1870s, a purely 19th century French imagining of a Frankish king who never saw that particular cathedral, since the building itself would not begin construction for another 3.5 centuries after his own death, standing today at the exact geographic heart of a city and a nation that has spent well over 1,000 years deciding and redeciding exactly how it wants to remember him, a bronze face cast by 19th century French sculptors who never saw him either, that will very likely still be standing there, being photographed by tourists who know only the broad outline this story has spent tonight filling in, long after every one of us listening to this story tonight is ourselves nothing more than a name in someone else's own quiet, curious research. It is worth naming, finally, that historians are not actually limited to written sources alone in reconstructing this whole world, because modern archaeology has, across the past several decades, added a genuinely independent line of evidence that can check the chronicler's own claims against the physical ground itself. Excavations beneath and around Aachen Cathedral, revealing successive building phases and confirming a great deal of what Einhard describes about the palace complex's own layout. Coin hoards recovered across the former Carolingian territories, confirming the practical everyday spread of Charlemagne's reformed silver currency far more precisely than any written capitulary alone could demonstrate, and archaeological surveys of former Saxon territory turning up burned settlement layers and disrupted burial patterns in the relevant decades that lend independent, if inevitably circumstantial, support to the written record's own account of a genuinely violent and genuinely disruptive conquest. A reminder that this whole story, however dependent it remains on Einhard's borrowed phrases and Notker's invented jokes, is not floating entirely free of the physical world those same writers were describing, but is anchored, at various specific points, to things later generations could still actually dig up and measure. Let us walk back one final time through the whole shape of this long night story, because it is worth holding the entire arc together in a single unbroken line before we let it go. A boy born into genuine uncertainty, on a date, and in a place history never bothered to record precisely, the son of a mayor of the palace who made himself king by asking a pope the one question whose answer he already knew he wanted. A joint inheritance split uneasily with a brother whose own convenient death left the whole kingdom in a single pair of hands. A Lombard war that added a second crown, a 32-year Saxon war that added an entire conquered people, and a body count. This story has not tried to soften a single disastrous afternoon in a mountain pass that history barely noticed, and legend could not stop rewriting, and a campaign against a nomadic people whose 2 centuries of hoarded treasure filled 15 wagons and helped pay for a palace chapel built, quite literally, from the reclaimed stones of an older Roman world. A court filled with the finest scholars an aging, restless king could gather to his own table. A programme of education and manuscript copying that quietly saved a meaningful fraction of the ancient world's own surviving literature from simple physical oblivion. A household of many wives and many children, and one deeply unusual policy toward his own unmarried daughters, and one son's own conspiracy against his father's life. A pope who nearly lost his own eyes and his own tongue, rescued, restored, and 2 days after clearing his own name, repaying that rescue with a crown lowered onto a kneeling king's head, in a ceremony that a man modern historians doubt was ever genuinely a surprise to him at all. An empire that fractured, within 30 years of his own death, into the very civil war and the very Viking-battered division this channel has already told you the whole of in another story, and a name that outlived every one of its own borders, claimed by 2 rival modern nations, weaponized by a regime whose own crimes would dwarf even Verdun, and finally, decades after that same regime's fall, handed back out year after year in the very city where he built his own chapel, as an award for the peaceful union of the very continent his own armies had once conquered piece by piece. Consider, too, everything sitting quietly underneath that main line of kings and battles and crowns. A grandfather remembered as the hammer for a single day's fighting near Tours, and a father audacious enough to ask a pope a question whose answer he had already engineered. A mother, Bertrada, who brokered one marriage that failed within a year, and who remained, by every surviving account, an active and respected presence at her own son's court for a full decade after that failure, right up until her own death in 783, watching her son absorb the Lombards, open the Saxon War, and lose an army in the Pyrenees before she herself passed from the story. A cousin in Bavaria, blood tied to Charlemagne as closely as any man in his kingdom, tonsured and buried alive inside a monastery for the crime of standing too independently on his own frontier. A Jewish envoy named Isaac, the sole survivor of an embassy to Baghdad, delivering an elephant to a Frankish court that would go on to grant his own community's merchants formal royal protection, even as it forced an entire pagan people into the baptismal font at sword point. A pope in a distant church arguing over 3 Latin words with silver shields as his only weapon, a schism those same 3 words would help produce 2.5 centuries later. A monk in a cold scriptorium, an old man practicing his letters on a wax tablet tucked under his own pillow, a widowed emperor arriving in Rome for his own 4th marriage's aftermath only weeks before the most consequential Christmas morning of his life, and 2 sons whose convenient deaths handed a 3rd least favoured son an empire nobody had actually planned to leave him whole. And consider finally the single image this whole night's story has kept returning to, the chapel at Aachen built, quite literally, out of marble carried north from Ravenna and Rome, ancient stones cut for one empire and reassembled centuries later to make an entirely different kingdom look as though it had always belonged to the same unbroken tradition of imperial grandeur. That is, in the end, the truest possible description of Charlemagne's entire life and entire achievement. A reign built the same way that chapel was built, out of other people's fallen kingdoms, other centuries accumulated learning, other courts' borrowed ceremony, and other men's captured treasure, fitted together by one restlessly ambitious, restlessly curious, and genuinely violent man with enough skill and enough conviction that the whole assembled structure could stand, for a little while at least, as though it had simply always been there. Before time, as it always eventually does to every such structure, human or stone, began quietly working its own patient way back through the mortar. That brings us to the end of our story tonight. It is worth sitting for just one more moment before we close with how strange it is that a man this thoroughly documented, a man whose own biographer knew him personally, whose own court chronicles recorded his movements year by year, whose own bones, or bones very probably his own, still rest inside a chapel he built with his own money and his own vision, should remain on so many of the details that would matter most to knowing him fully, this genuinely uncertain, his birth year debated, his birthplace unknown, his own coronation's central emotional claim doubted by nearly everyone who has studied it closely, and it is worth letting that uncertainty sit gently against everything else this story has told you tonight. The wars and the wagons of Avar Silver, and the wax tablets hidden under an old man's pillow, because it is, in the end, a fairly accurate reflection of how history actually works, not a clean, single, agreed-upon story handed down intact across 12 centuries, but a slow, patient, often quarrelsome argument, conducted by generations of scribes and scholars, and tonight, by you, drifting somewhere between waking and sleep, piecing together, out of scattered annals and a biographer's borrowed phrases and a monk's invented jokes, the shape of a single, restless, contradictory, genuinely enormous life. There is something almost comforting at this particular hour, in a life this unresolved, because it means the argument is not actually finished, and an argument that is not finished is, in its own quiet way, still alive, still capable of surprising the next historian patient enough to sit back down with the same tired old annals and read them one more time, looking for whatever the last dozen readers happen to miss. Whatever is keeping you awake tonight, whatever worry or unfinished argument of your own is still turning over somewhere behind your closing eyes, it too will look different in 12 centuries, if it is remembered at all, softened by distance, rebuilt by whoever happens to need it, reduced the way this whole enormous life has been reduced tonight, to a single, long, unhurried voice, reading it back to you in the dark. Let that thought sit there instead, gently, in the space where the worry was, the same way a chapel built from someone else's marble eventually stops looking borrowed at all, and simply becomes, to everyone who walks through it, the place it was always going to be. Thank you, as always, and truly for spending this long, strange, crowded, unforgettable night here with me. Please subscribe to this channel if you have not already, and help us on our way toward 1,000 subscribers, a small milestone that would mean a great deal to this quiet little corner of the internet. And remember too that these episodes now find their way to Spotify for creators before anywhere else, if you would like to listen there next time instead. And if you're still awake, leave your location and your local time down in the comments so that someone else drifting towards sleep somewhere else in the world might find their way here too. Close your eyes now, gently, if you have not already. Let this whole long story, the crowns and the crosses, the wagons of silver and the wax tablets under the pillow, settle quietly into the dark behind your own eyes. Good night and sweet dreams from all of us here at Historian at